Finally here at 11, the Minnesota Zoo, some adorable new additions. Meet Spruce, the baby red panda, and the one munching on a snack. Spruce and Cedar were born in Nebraska, Omaha, last August as the pair arrived here in Minnesota. The exhibit at the zoo will be opening sometime this summer. The zoo has not had red pandas since 2021. They are cute. That'll do it for us. Sherry is next. The news continues on Fox Local on your smart TV. And of course, we'll see you again tomorrow for Friday.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
And hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us for All Day Live here via your Fox Local app or wherever you may be watching us today. We really appreciate it. We're going to be streaming here for a few hours today because we just have so much going on and we want to take you to all kinds of live events here for the next few hours. Some big news happening today. The governor and lawmakers have just reached a budget deal. So we're going to break that down, what that framework looks like from St. Paul. And then another bombshell from the Capitol. The state is shutting down the Stillwater prison. We just heard about that here a couple of hours ago, and we are gathering information. We're going to hear from the Department of Corrections, hopefully live here in about an hour. So we'll take you there and get some more details on that. Of course, we're live up north, those wildfires near the North Shore, 3 of them still burning. The St. Louis County Sheriff is going to be on with us here in just a couple of minutes. And then, of course, we're watching the weather really closely up there. And then also closer to home here and into Wisconsin for the possibility of some severe weather as well. So Jared will join us here in just a minute. Also, Minnesota-based United Healthcare, are they now under investigation by the Department of Justice? The Wall Street Journal is reporting that today. It looks like they're the only ones reporting it, but we're going to walk through what seems like kind of a spin out of that company since particularly the shooting of CEO Brian Thompson. There's been a lot that's happened that has been sort of really negative for that company. So a strip writer who writes about business and healthcare is going to join us, Christopher Snowback. So we'll talk about that. Also, obviously, there's so much sports to talk about, you guys. We've got the Wolves who have clinched last night at home in front of that home crowd. It was incredible. The Frost, look at them go in the playoffs, overtime. It's just so much fun to talk about them and their push now for a repeat title. And not to mention the Minnesota Twins. What in the world has gotten into the Twins? 10 in a row. It's just an incredible run, and we'll talk about that as well. Also, let's talk about the Vikings too, shall we? And not just the schedule stuff. That stuff came out last night, but today a really special event where people are getting Vikings tattoos. So we heard this and we said, we got to be there. We have to be there for this. Our Lauren Andrego was game, and so she's out there, and we'll bring you a couple of live hits from out there as well. We're looking forward to that. But first, all right, let's get to it. We got so much to talk about here. Let's talk about this weather. We want to take, do we have this live look here? Yeah, okay, so this is to the west, right? This is Fergus Falls, the Fergus Falls area, 94 and Highway 59. You can't really see much here. We'll talk to Jared in just a second and he can talk to us. But we had this first round of weather that Keith Marler's been talking about all morning, and Cody. And now we're looking forward to sort of this next round of potential for severe weather. Let's bring in meteorologist Jared Piepenberg, who can kind of get us up to speed, Jared, on what we expect to see here, possibly the next few hours. And then also, obviously, all eyes in northeastern Minnesota are on this forecast and any relief that could come from the weather.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that yesterday. It looks like the winds will cooperate a little bit more in northeastern Minnesota, and we're likely going to have some stormy weather up there later on this evening as another front will kind of lift up to the north and hopefully bring a chance of some rain. And then this huge system, this is kind of moving out of the plains and it's going to slide across Minnesota here throughout the day. We'll just kind of pinwheel around the upper Midwest and northern plains, and that will bring some chances of showers and some cooler weather and a little higher humidities up there. But curious about severe weather this morning was just kind of regular rain and thunderstorms kind of strolling on through. And what's all that's left over is about one storm just southwest of Duluth. Now we're watching this line of showers starting to pop up, and I think there's a few rumbles I just noticed along the way. This is just southwest of the metro, and over the next couple hours is we're going to watch for this to potentially just kind of fire up and bloom into some thunderstorms and kind of see how that's starting to fire up there over kind of west central Minnesota. This is what's left over, the remnants of this morning. That little cell ended up producing about some nickel-size hail, so a little bit less than an inch in size, and this is what's left of it, just some lightning and now turning into some rain, and that's really kind of just fizzling out, going into an environment there it's a little bit more stable. So that's just kind of west of Duluth. Now for what's in store for us this afternoon, this is what we're watching right now, this scattered line of just like little showers, might even be some thunder showers popping up. This is just going to kind of lift up to the north and east, and as it runs into some little unstable weather here, along with the higher humidities that we have, the higher dew points, some warm temperatures, and the strong winds. It's just kind of all the right ingredients right now to watch this blossom into the potential of some stronger thunderstorms over about the next 7 hours, we'll just say, for the area. I'll cover the area here in just a little bit. I did want to point out, if you haven't been outside, it's very windy. These are recent wind gusts into the 30s and 40s. This is drawing in the heat and the moisture out there. It's not as hot as the past couple of days, but something that has changed, it's starting to feel really muggy, almost tropical in some places. Those dew points are in the mid to upper 60s in a few places. Owatonna at 68. That's kind of that air you can wear, you know, that really sticky feel. Anytime you're getting above 60 is, I would say, is when you're starting to feel it's just getting a little bit humid. The higher that number goes up, maybe the more uncomfortable you are if you don't like that sticky feel. But that strong southerly flow of that wind right now at the surface is just helping usher in more of this moisture. And this is just fuel for those thunderstorms. Now, temperatures pretty warm right now, factoring the dew points out there. It's a little bit cooler in some places that had the rain and thunderstorms from earlier, a little bit of cloud cover. But we're just watching this environment as that line of showers and storms, just kind of in that level 1 threat right now, will lift up into the 2 and 3. What this means for us is this is likely the area that we're going to see those thunderstorms kind of get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more muscular. They could produce some hail, some gusty winds, and there is even the threat of some isolated tornadoes out there, although this I would say is on the lower end. And better shot for the strongest thunderstorms will likely be as they lift just past the metro, heading northward, and then most of the main threat in that level 3, which is enhanced is what we call that, is going to be like the little better shot of having the severe weather later on today. And that covers a big chunk of western Wisconsin. We have a lot of viewers in from that area as well, but for the metro, we're kind of right on that edge. So northeast metro is included in the level 3 threat. Now this is what everyone likely wants to see. Here's futurecasts, already hinting at those showers and thunderstorms starting to develop just southwest of the metro. So give it the next hour or so. This will likely lift up toward I-94 in the Twin Cities. I have this paused at 1 o'clock here. So this is where it's going to go into that environment where we're going to see those storms just slowly start to grow here over the next hour. They could start to produce maybe some small hail, getting kind of gusty. We'll have to watch if that severe weather threat comes into play right away, how fast that they grow. As we head into another hour or two and head into mid to late afternoon, this quickly lifts north out of the metro. So the threat of the rain and storms here for the Twin Cities, maybe if you're just even looking for some rain, is probably over about the next hour and a half is kind of the timing of that. Then by late afternoon, already lifting up into northern parts of Minnesota, spreading across Wisconsin. The rest of us are just going to have a windy afternoon. It's kind of muggy out there. Then those storms fire up toward the north and east. I would say, you know, by this evening, most of the southern 2/3 of the state is in the all clear. It's just going to be windy. Temperatures will start falling, and then we're just going to turn cooler coming up here. Warm and humid and gusty afternoon. We have the threat of thunderstorms later on here over the next couple of hours. Northern parts of Minnesota will move in late afternoon, evening hours. Wisconsin is we're going to watch here over the next probably 5, 6, maybe 7 hours that some parts will end up seeing those thunderstorms. Cooler and windy tonight. 58 tomorrow. So temperature's really not moving coming up here in the forecast. If you're just curious what's ahead, This is our last hot day for a while. Average now into next week will likely be in the lower 70s. Now we're going to go from well above average to below average with a chance of showers, some cloudier days coming up here. But we'll be on top of this throughout the rest of the afternoon. Keeping an eye on the thunderstorms as they're just starting to kind of form a line just southwest of the metro. So I would say over the next hour here, we're going to start to see some of those bloom into maybe a little bit more muscular. And of course, if anything goes severe, we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, no, we'll keep you close by. It's one of these storms you're watching in real time. So we'll definitely check back in with you here throughout the next couple of hours often. All right. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it. Well, we've been talking about the weather and the impact that it's been having, and hopefully things can start to turn a corner here for folks who are fighting those 3 wildfires in northern Minnesota, northeastern Minnesota, so far destroying more than 140 structures. So we're talking about homes and cabins, cars, continuing to burn, still at 0% containment. And you can see the acreage listed there for the Camp House fire, the Jenkins Creek fire, and the Mungershaw fire. Those 3 fighting it from the ground and the air total. It's interesting. I'm going to ask the sheriff about this in a second, and he may or may not have this information, but some of these numbers have come down a little bit from what we were reporting yesterday. So we'll ask about that. But in total, more than 30,000 acres burned, and that's about 55 square miles. City of Minneapolis is about that size, just to give you some context. And you just heard from Jared about the forecast. So a couple of little updates there for you. Let's bring in St. Louis County Sheriff Gordon Ramsey to chat with us again and bring us up to speed here on what we know. Sheriff, thanks so much for being with us again.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
You bet. So I'll ask you first, and I don't know that you're going to have the information, but I just noticed that the acreage is less than what we had been reporting even yesterday. Do you have any sort of insight into that?
Those numbers are provided by the National Forest Service and DNR, and sometimes they change according to, sometimes the smoke's in the way. When the smoke clears, they can get a little more accurate numbers. So that's probably some of that. And then they were doing air verification, so that's probably what tightened those numbers up.
Gotcha. I know they were saying at night they actually get a closer, better look at it through that thermal imaging. Still at 0 containment, and when I talked to you about this yesterday, you had said yes, 0 containment, but the spread is not as sort of rampant as it was. How are we doing with the spread of these fires?
So Mungershaw, 3 Lakes Road fire improved again overnight, last evening and overnight. But what we've seen with that fire the previous 3 days is in the afternoon there was expansion and evacuations. And I was up there today, and it seems in much better shape. The other thing that's happened is our humidity levels have really increased, and as a result, a lot of those hot spots have diminished. So 3 Lakes Road, Mungershaw is looking better. Brimson fire, Camp House fire also did not expand much overnight, as well as the hot spots have diminished greatly. The one we're really watching is the Jenkins Creek. Expanded a little bit overnight, and more resources are being moved to that fire. The big concern is if we get these winds this afternoon and it moves that fire in any direction, that's a concern.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too, because I think people look at the map and they say, wow, how close is that Jenkins Creek from connecting with the Camp House or Brimson fire? We talked about it yesterday, and you said they had not yet gotten to that point. Is it just dependent on the wind today?
Yeah, they have not connected. What we're watching is the northern and western flank of the Jenkins Creek fire, and how that could impact Hoyt Lakes.
Okay.
That Hoyt Lakes area.
Tell us about that Hoyt Lakes area. How populous is it? Kind of what's in the path there?
Well, it's about 6.5 to 7 miles currently away from Hoyt Lakes, so there's a fair amount of distance. The fire experts say that even with very strong winds, up to 70 miles an hour, that if it was to blow it toward Hoyt Lakes, we would have at least 24 hours notice, given the current weather conditions in the fire. So it is a concern. We're watching it, but that's reassuring to hear those numbers. That does not diminish the need to stay alert and have an evacuation plan should things deteriorate.
Yeah. How much more populous is that area? I mean, we've been talking about sort of individual homes, not really communities. How about that Hoyt Lakes area?
there's thousands of people that live in the immediate White Lakes area. There's a lot of cabins as well as the city itself.
Yeah, so just something to keep an eye on here. Any active evacuations, or what's that situation like for you guys right now?
Evacuations are status quo, no changes. We're looking at, when can we start releasing some of these areas that have been evacuated for people to return, but that won't be today. It'll be reviewed again tomorrow. So status quo in evacuations, no new evacuations at this time.
Okay. Can you share with us any, stories you may have of things that you've seen over the last 12 or 24 hours with regard to evacuations? When I talked to you yesterday, you said about 1 in 10 folks was just saying, no, I'm going to stay put. Have you run into any issues? Are there certain people, certain areas you're really concerned because people just aren't leaving, or, what's going on with some of that? That makes your job a lot harder, you were saying yesterday.
Right. No, we have nothing new to report with evacuations. Of interest, we talk a lot about the sadness of people losing their homes and cabins, but we haven't talked about the wildlife. And with all these thousands of acres that have burned, we have seen there's tremendous number of snowshoe rabbits that have come to the side of the road in areas that have burned, hundreds in some cases, to get out of the ashes and the hot ground. One of our captains talked about seeing a porcupine with burnt quills at the side of the road. So it's sad to know that there's been a lot of wildlife that's been impacted by these too.
Yeah. As long as we're talking about that, I just want to let folks know we had an interview yesterday with some folks, I believe, Amber, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like Pup North Lodge near Eveleth, and they were kind of opening up their boarding business to people who may be needing to evacuate areas if they're concerned about their pets, or they decide, I don't want to leave because I don't leave my pets and I don't have anywhere to put them. They're opening. So I just wanted to let people know that that was a resource, and you can find them on Facebook, because those types of things play into whether or not somebody, will leave. And there are some other groups I think that we're taking, Amber horses and things like that. So hopefully those resources, are being communicated to folks to help them make those decisions. And Sheriff, let me ask you this. We talk about the wind, and we just had our meteorologist on to talk a little bit about the wind conditions and the wind changing. How difficult is it, even when the wind shifts just a tiny bit, for the folks on the ground and in the air to sort of, ebb and flow with all of those shifts?
Well, we've seen it because of the lack of roads in this area. When the fire does shift, and the size of this fire and the scope of it, can be challenging to move personnel around when that occurs. The other thing with these impending storms this afternoon that we're anticipating are going to hit this area between 4 and 9 p.m., there's going to be strong winds, lightning as well. And if there's no rain associated with those winds, or minimal rain associated with those winds, this could be another game changer in these fires. So it's across our fingers and hope that doesn't occur, but it's also, everybody should be aware of it, that the possibility is that these things could really heat back up. Yeah.
Sort of the last word here for you, just to reiterate, what is your message to those who have been affected, those who may be curious and want to come up there and help, and or gawkers, things like that? I'll let you kind of round this out.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people that want to volunteer and do whatever they can. I think the best time to volunteer is when this thing's over and cleanup starts and people start to rebuild. That's when people that want to help, that's the time to come forward. Right now, we're good with volunteers. We're good with food, water, and everything for the public safety officials. So I would hang tight if you want to volunteer to the cleanup and deal with the aftermath of this.
Okay, and respect the boundaries. I know you guys are handing out citations for folks who are in places they should not be.
We are
making it a lot harder for you and the firefighters there. I think we're getting another update here about 3 o'clock or so is what we've been told. So hopefully we'll get some more information there.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking some time out here, Sheriff. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for caring.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you bet. All right, Sheriff Gordon Ramsey from St. Louis County has joined us here now several days in a row and taken time out to just bring us up to speed. Somebody who's just right there seeing this firsthand up close, and it's very personal for them as well. Obviously, they're all working around the clock, doing an incredible job up there. Okay, all right, Amber, do we want to go to Corin, let's see. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so a lot of big news happening today. Any of these stories that we're going to talk about here in this hour, we could spend an entire hour talking about. So we heard late this morning that there is a deal at the Capitol, and this is big. Governor Walz and these legislative leaders have announced that they have a deal of budget targets. Now we're just days before the deadline for the session to be over. Doesn't mean that they won't have an extended session here, but this is promising news. So let's listen to I think this is a soundbite from the governor talking about this deal from just a short time ago.
And I'm pleased to say that we came up with a budget that is fiscally responsible, puts Minnesota on a continued path to fiscal responsibility, making cuts where they were needed, but investing in our people in a way that we all believe, making Minnesota the best place for a family and a child to grow up in. No one got everything they wanted. There were very difficult conversations about issues that were very dear to each of these caucuses. But at the end of the day, we were able to come up to this agreement. The work will be done now by the chairs, folks who were in the room making this happen, to start putting the touches around this to put us on a path.
We learn as children the skill and the value of compromise. And Minnesotans expect and understand that in American government and here in Minnesota, it is our job to reach a compromise with our colleagues despite our differences, and this budget represents that value. At a time when things seem so uncertain in America, we believe it is important that we put together a budget that balances into the future so that Minnesotans can count on us and the work that we do for the people of Minnesota, and we eliminate a little bit of the stress of the chaos that is coming their way in their daily lives.
Knowing that we are a legislature with 101 Democrats, 100 Republicans, but equally tied in the state of Minnesota, I believe a number of people didn't think we could get this work done, and we have proven to this point that we can get this work done. The global targets that we have come up with today demonstrate that in this division in the legislature, so closely divided, that we have agreed to do what is best for Minnesotans and actually making some hard decisions, but doing overall what is best. We do have a lot of work left to do, but we are leaving that to our chairs, our conference committees, and the full body to make those determinations.
Okay, our Capitol reporter Corin Hoggard has been following this for us. Corin, we have a lot to talk about, not only sort of the nitty-gritty here, but also some folks who are not happy about this. So let's get to it. What do we know, if anything, about what's staying and what's going?
It's very much undetermined right now, I would say, Amy. They had this kumbaya moment this morning where you might say the leaders, but I would note one was missing. Senate Minority Leader Mark Johnson was not there, and he has not signed these budget targets. So we had, the House leaders, we had Senate Majority Leader, and we had Governor Walz in there, and they clearly, with Johnson, made some tough decisions in negotiations that have been just seemingly endless over the last several weeks. They've been working long hours every day, and they have made some tough decisions, including some compromises that people on both sides will not like. And let me, if we can, play the sound from when I was inside the cabinet room listening to the governor and the leaders speak. But outside of that room were some members of the Progressive Caucus who were not being allowed in.
Right! One Minnesota, 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 right!
And so you hear them as the doors had finally opened and everybody was trying to leave that press conference saying one Minnesota, right? Which is kind of their way of mocking the governor and his campaign slogan from a couple of years ago. And they're basically saying that the governor and the Democratic leaders have sold them out on one of the compromises, which is for undocumented immigrants getting health care. The compromise that they have reached in that room, it still has to go and get votes, but their compromise was to stop allowing new people into this program. So right now, there are more than 20,000 people who've already gotten in. That is almost 3 times as many as the nonpartisan staff expected by the end of this program. And so they're going to cap it there for adults. They will continue to allow children. This is kind of a similar proposition to what California Governor Gavin Newsom suggested yesterday. Saves a ton of money, but it's also cutting certain people out of the system. And, you know, Governor Walz in there, Speaker Hortman, and Leader Murphy all addressed why that part of the caucus would be upset by this compromise. But on the other side, you know, seasonal school workers getting unemployment insurance, that was something that the GOP absolutely did not want to continue doing. They have a sunset in the House Education Bill in 2028 so that the state would stop paying for that insurance, so that seasonal workers like bus drivers and, you know, school aides and those types of folks would get paid throughout the year. They were adamant that that shouldn't be in there. It sounds like that the plan is to keep that in there. So, you know, on some of the stickiest issues, we're definitely hearing compromises, but there are a lot of people upset. We're going to have a press conference here with the Progressive Caucus and the People of Color and Indigenous People's Caucus, and they are clearly upset. They were actually like banging on the doors trying to get in there right before that little clip you saw. And so, you know, quite upset. Whether they can actually get the votes to pass all of these things is now in question.
That's what I was going to ask you, because for those who don't know, if you don't know it, if you could just give us a quick, you know, who is the Progressive Caucus? Who is it made up of?
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly some of the people of color and indigenous people who are in the DFL. So I'm looking at a photo. It's Erin May Quaid. It is Elise Mann. It is Senator Umu Verbaeten. There's a wide variety of them there, and they are typically, you know, some of the further to the left legislators. Sinab Mohammed. I'm just
they
trying
have
to
votes. These folks have votes. So to your point, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, is this a kind of a yield sign here on all of this? I guess we don't know yet.
So, you know, the House is tied, and it looks to me like Leader Dameth has her caucus. I heard them actually applauding this morning as they met in caucus. So I think that they seem like they are all on board here. But if you lose, so if that's true, you need one Democrat to pass it in the House. In the Senate, it's another story. That's a lot of senators who are on the DFL side who look like they're going to vote against it. And the sticking point there being Senate Minority Leader Mark Johnson didn't sign it. I don't know what he thinks about this. He didn't come to the press conference this morning. And so what the Senate Republicans are thinking is something, it's an unknown still.
Sure.
And we're trying to get in touch with him. He's planning something for later this afternoon, hopefully. And we'll hear from him and some of the Senate Republicans. And maybe it falls apart in the Senate because of that compromise there.
Okay. It's been fascinating to watch. We've seen this sort of, you called it kumbaya, and we've seen that now in the last couple of weeks. Everybody kind of saying it's going pretty good, actually. It's going pretty well. So we'll see how this shakes out. But you got a lot to handle here. We've got that live press conference with the Progressive Caucus coming up. So I know you want to get to that. Thank you for catching us up. We appreciate it so much.
Of course.
All right. Take care, Corin. All right, let's see. You want to take a quick break, Amber? Okay, let's do it. Let's take a break here. We have meteorologist Jared Piepenberg. We have meteorologist Jennifer McDermott. They are both here, and we're going to be slipping in and out here the next several hours to sorry, what was that, Amber? Oh yeah, yes. Sorry, we're going to slip in some forecasts here, definitely on and off as we continue to watch this system. Coming up after the break, though, we are also going to talk Timberwolves. And maybe some Twins and maybe some Frost too, because all we do is win. All Day Live comes back right after this.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
Welcome back to All Day. Well, they did it. The Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Golden State Warriors last night, a late night at Target Center to close out the series in 5. So they go to the Western Conference Finals, and it's the second straight season they've been able to do this, which is a huge accomplishment. And we'll wait and see who their competitor will be. Our Don Mitchell joining us now to chat a little bit about this. Don, you and I were at that game last night watching, and oh my goodness, what a turnout by so many different Wolves players last night.
Yeah, Amy, what I really loved was seeing how Mike Conley had a resurgence. He really showed up for his team. And of course, Julius Randle, Rudy Gobert, they really leaned on the veteran presence yesterday. So that was enjoyable for me to watch. And even afterwards in the post-game interview room, when Ant was giving all the flowers to Bite, that's what he calls Mike Conley. And they love him. They said they want to win this for him. And you can see like the behind the scenes kind of, glue that holds them together. So that was kind of cool. And then just to see him have an outstanding game. So that was great. We expect that from Ant. We expect that from the young guys. But then to see Conley kind of have that was awesome.
Absolutely. And so tonight we wait to see who's up next between the OKC Thunder and the Denver Nuggets, huh?
Yeah, we do. I mean, that's a game that we're all going to be watching too. I love this when we had this the last series, right? We had the luxury of sitting back and like, who do we match up better with? Who do we want? Who do we want? Just the beauty of knowing that you can be in that position again. I'd like to see that. However, we were talking yesterday too that the Timberwolves can have these lapses. They can't let teams back in. They can't be turning the ball over as much as they did last night against the Warriors, and also subsequent games where they let the Warriors back in it. They can't do that going into this next round. So I think all eyes will be peeled on what this game looks like tonight. So it's exciting, right? This is what we live for. This is what we want.
Yeah, I know you and I were in the press box, so we couldn't really cheer, but you have to sort of try to describe, if you can, the atmosphere last night, because you cover so many different sporting events, so many different sort of playoffs and things like that. Tell us how through your eyes, what was it like?
It was funny because I just felt like many times, especially at the beginning in that first quarter where they just kind of came out, like guns a-blazing, I just kind of felt like it was a powder keg about to explode. And then in typical Minnesota fashion, it was kind of like, I don't know, is something going to explode on us? Like, is the other shoe going to drop? So you kind of felt that ripple through the crowd. I'm like, why is it louder in here for brick and for chicken than it is? Because I think everyone was nervous. And then when they saw that it was in hand, then it got loud again. So, it's like being a Minnesota sports fan, right?
I know.
They're waiting for that. Like, is something bad going to happen? Oh, okay. Here we won.
Golden State gets it within 9, and we're all just like death grip on each other. Like, oh my goodness, are they really going to come back and win? No, but it all worked out great. Wolves in 5, and to your point, now they get to just sit back and and get some rest and heal up and wait for the next round. So the conference finals, I can't even believe it, Don. It's just so
first
exciting.
Time in team history back to back. You gotta love that.
Love it. All right, Don. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you a little bit later. We appreciate your time. Take care.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you soon.
Okay. See you soon, Donnie. Bye. Okay. We're gonna take another break here quick. What you want to do, Amber? Okay, break please. Let's do it. Let's go to break, but we are keeping an eye on this weather. Meteorologist Jared Piepenberg is right around the corner here. He's going to come back after the break and tell us what we can expect here. We're kind of in the thick of what could turn into some severe weather, so we'll be back. All Day Live continues right after this.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
Welcome back to All Day Live. It is 12:36 here, and you know, we've been watching and keeping an eye on systems that could turn into something a little bit more serious. This is Evansville, sort of along I-94 between Alexandria and Fergus Falls, almost like halfway there. And you can see the rain definitely coming down there. And boy, they could use some of that up in northeastern Minnesota, where they are fighting those wildfires right now. And then, of course, here in the metro and points south and east, we are also keeping an eye on the potential for something to develop. So let's check in with meteorologist Jared Piepenburg for the very latest. We said, Jared, this is sort of a real-time kind of a forecast. It's not something that we could say 6 hours ago, this is what's going to happen when.
Yeah, I think we had a grasp of, like it's going to be about this time, but now we're just watching these thunderstorms kind of pop up here, just kind of west of the metro and northwest of the area. What's going on right now? Large system moving out of the plains, warm front extending almost right along I-94 and just in the southern and southwest part of the metro. And then behind it, there's actually another boundary with it's called the dry line. And you can see the drier air right behind this cloud deck, and they're just kind of catching up together. And along those two boundaries, where we're starting to see a few of these, I'm going to call them thunder showers. So it's mainly some showers right now with just a few little lightning bolts firing up with that. We had one stronger individual cell that lingered from this morning that moved up toward the north. That's completely kind of fizzled out. Had a couple reports of some hail there just kind of east of Buffalo, and then south of, just kind of north of I-94 as that was just moving up to the north. It had a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. The hail was just a little less than an inch in size. But now, over the past few hours, just watching the clouds slowly develop into now these showers and thunder showers. And over the next about an hour or two, I think they're just going to gain a little bit more strength. Here's just the radar view here. So you can see some of those are getting to look maybe a little more hefty and producing maybe a quick little downpour in a few places, a little bit of lightning associated with these. And this is what we're going to watch. This is going to lift up to the north and east. And as it runs into this environment that's a little bit more unstable and just has the right ingredients for the thunderstorms to develop, that's where we're going to run into that severe weather potential. So you can see just kind of that broken line or even scattered line of showers and storms just north of Highway 12 and just south of I-94 west out of the metro. Very blustery out there right now. These are current wind gusts or recent wind gusts, some 40s off toward the west, most of us in those 20s and 30s. So it's windy, it's a warm wind. Jennifer came in and said it's just feeling awfully sticky out there. It's humid. Yeah, we have dew points reaching in the 60s. Once we get above 60, it's kind of our measure of certain few of that humidity. Well, this is just all fuel for those storms to produce some rain with them, which could be needed, but we're going to watch for that potential of severe weather. Could have some hail, some wind gusts reaching over 60 miles an hour once these storms really start firing here this afternoon, and there will be the threat of some isolated tornadoes as well, although I really am leaning toward the better shot of having the stronger thunderstorms develop will be just past the metro, kind of in this level 3 severe outlook criteria there. So it's just kind of in the northeast metro and then across Wisconsin. Again, this is going to be here over the next few hours. We're going to see that line up. So here's Futurecast right now, bringing those storms up along I-94. Here's give it just a little bit of time, in about 20 minutes or so, kind of along I-94, then lifting northward. And as we head into mid to late afternoon, that's when I think we're going to have that better potential for those stronger thunderstorms. The rest of us throughout the afternoon, once this lifts northward, it's just going to stay windy. It's likely to be humid for a while. And then eventually, as this system kind of rolls on by, we're just going to get some showers later on tonight into tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot cooler coming up here for us. So, yeah, Amy, over the next couple of hours, even maybe the next hour or so, as we're going to start to see what these thunderstorms decide to do.
Okay, well, we'll keep you close by and pop you guys back in here, from time to time here and keep everybody updated. Thank you so much, Jared. Okay, well, let's go up north to northeast Minnesota, where these 3 wildfires have been blazing now for several days. Our So Young Kim has been up there for a couple of days now. So Young, we have on our screen right now, you probably can't see it, but sort of the acreage that's been burned. Camp House fire near 15,000 acres, Jenkins Creek about the same, and then that Munger Shaw holding steady around 1,700 acres. On the ground, though, what have you been seeing and hearing as you've been talking to people there?
Hey, Amy. Yeah, right now, as you can see, I just spoke with Incident Command. The wind is kind of the wild card today, even though a little bit of that precipitation is good news. But really here on the ground, what we're seeing is they've called in more resources. Let me just give you a look here. This is Incident Command. We're here at the Lake County Fairgrounds. The Eastern Area team has taken over, and they're managing both of the two largest fires, like you mentioned, which is the Jenkins Creek and the Camp House fire. But they've also called in additional hotshot crews that are on their way. And kind of in this area, if we can kind of pan around and see, there's just state, local, like you can see the logos from federal agencies, local, state. This is just a really, really massive effort. And the conversations we've been having on the ground over the last several days, these communities, these are small communities in these areas around these fires that have been impacted. And it's not hard to find anyone to talk to that either knows someone that's been impacted or evacuated or has evacuated themselves. We spoke with a couple who kind of saw the beginnings of the Camp House fire on Sunday. They had to evacuate. They said they put everything they could think of in 2 cars and just kind of got out of there. And they said it really puts into perspective what's important. And they've been coming back to this area when we ran into them to kind of check on things, to see where it's at. But really, it's a lot of that uncertainty for people who had to evacuate. Evacuation orders are still in place. So this is still a very dangerous and dynamic situation. We spoke with another man who says he just learned he lost his home, and what he's doing now is, he said the first couple days were really, really emotional, but now that I don't know if he's come to terms with it or he's just kind of accepting the fact that a lot of his property will be gone when he goes back. He says he's just trying to make the best of it. He's thankful for life, and it's putting into perspective kind of this tragedy and devastation. And we won't know the full impacts of it until crews can safely go in and fully survey the damage and the destruction. But really, even community members that haven't been directly impacted, everyone here, the bright spot is you could see the strength of the community. They're rallying, they're fundraising, they're picking up groceries, supplies, not just for those impacted and displaced, but for these hundreds of firefighters and emergency crews that are here on this effort. And Incident Command tells me more resources are on the way.
Okay. Thank you, So Young, for that update. I know we're getting another update here about 3 o'clock this afternoon, I think. Is that the next one?
Yeah, the next official update from the Incident Command team will come at 3 o'clock.
Okay. All right. Thank you, So Young Kim, up on the North Shore for us this afternoon. We appreciate it. And just to reiterate something that Sheriff of St. Louis County was talking about, if you're thinking, I want to help, I want to be able to contribute in some way, he was saying the best thing to do is just maybe wait until some of this dust settles. He said they're good for now, supplies, food, water, things like that. But the help is really going to be needed after the fires start to subside and people can go back in and start to rebuild their lives. So he said if you are wanting to help, the best thing you could do at this point is just kind of hold on a little bit and then come forward when they're ready for some more help there. All right, I think we're going to take a quick break right now. And again, we're keeping an eye on the forecast with Jared. He's going to pop back in here in just a little bit. And then coming up next, we're going to do something really, really fun. If you're a Vikings fan and maybe you've always wanted a tattoo, what if I told you you could get one for free right now? We'll tell you where, we'll tell you when, we'll tell you how, we'll tell you what. When we come back, Lauren has all those details when All Day Live continues right after this. Stay with us.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
Well, welcome back to All Day Live. I'm Amy Huckert. It's 12:48. We're keeping an eye on the potential for severe weather in our area. We're going to check back in with Jared Piepenberg here in just a couple of minutes. But first, are you a big enough Vikings fan to get your love for them permanently put on your skin? Well, free tattoos are happening right now. Lauren Andrago is at Green River Tattoo in Minneapolis. Lauren, what's going on?
It is buzzing in here, Amy, with the excitement of the Vikings, but also tattoo guns. Late last night, the Vikings and Green River Tattoo, which is a very cute tattoo parlor here in South Minneapolis, put out a really interesting offer. They said, are you a big enough Vikings fan? Come on over here, get a tattoo. We will even pay for it. A lot of people took up that offer. I showed up here around 11 this morning, and there was a line around the corner. But people showed up much earlier than that, including this guy right here. His name is Mike. He's from Granite Falls. You showed up here at 2 a.m. this morning, Mike. You've been sitting here for a couple of minutes. You were the first guy in the door. Tell me about what happened last night, though, because you did not go to bed, wake up, and come here. You were watching the Timberwolves game, and your wife saw this message, and then what happened next?
And she said, it's a good opportunity for you to go and get a tattoo and show your horns.
So you finished watching the Timberwolves game, watched them win, then drove 2.5 hours from Granite Falls, got here in line, and waited for about 10 hours. Tell me about the tattoo you're getting.
I just wanted a classic emblem, something, show her the new era that we're ushering in here with Coach O'Connell and getting a classic tattoo, just a logo.
So you're a big Vikings fan?
Oh, yeah. I've been a Vikings fan for a long time.
Very cool. You said a Timberwolves tattoo is probably also on the radar for you. How do you feel right now? I've never talked to someone while they were actively getting a tattoo.
He's doing a good job. I really don't feel anything, and it's looking great.
Well, can you tell me a little bit about how you feel about the Vikings this season?
I think we're going to do a really good drive towards a Vince Lombardi trophy.
Oh, I love it. I love your optimism. Mike, thank you so much. I have to also mention one story. While we were waiting in line, there were about 50 or 60 of us out there. I was talking to some other Vikings fans waiting in line, and I dropped my AirPods case. Not only did I drop my AirPods case, but I dropped it into a sewer. 3 or 4 Vikings fans quickly leapt into action. That includes Mike. Mike pulled the sewer grate off of the ground. Another fan who's still waiting in line leapt into the sewer, and they got my AirPods case for me. Amy, can you think of anything more Minnesota nice than that?
Or Minnesota Vikings nice. I love that. And
Right?
Mike needs to get, I hope the Vikings are watching, if they can do something special for Mike, that is incredible fandom, Mike.
I know. Yeah. And you're an incredible fan. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you get some sleep after this because it's been a long night for you. He's running an all-nighter from last night, Amy. Oof. There are a ton of people here. The Vikings are going to pay for the first 50 tattoos. I think there are about 50 people in line right now. However, they are going to keep it going throughout the day. So if you still want to come get a Vikings tattoo and pay for it, the shop is open until 8 o'clock on Stevens right here in South Minneapolis.
Okay, and I think they have certain tattoos you can choose from. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's about a dozen really cool tattoos. Mike's getting the classic logo right now, but there's one that just says skull on it. There's some footballs, all very, very Vikings themed and very cool. The Vikings Entertainment Network, along with these very talented tattoo artists, put them together just for today.
What a great idea. Yeah, we had Nas Reed last year, of course. This is the year for your Vikings tattoos. I love it. Thank you, Laura. We're going to check back in with you in a little while, I think, and see how it's going, because it sounds like it's just buzzing.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Lauren.
They'll be here all day.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, you can always get a tattoo of somebody, you love, the heart or whatever. But let's face it, you never know. You just never know with people. But you got a team, they're not going anywhere. And yeah, they might break your heart once in a while, but they're always there. They're always there. So if you're gonna get one, I would suggest the Vikings is a perfect one to get. All right, we'll check back in with her in just a little bit. How fun. All right, do you want to take a quick break, Amber? What do you think? Yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's just take a look at Storm Vision here And what's coming and what's happening, again, it's developing here as we speak, and our meteorologists are in the Weather Center. They're keeping an eye on everything, and we're going to check back in with them here momentarily to see where we're at. And of course, we're watching just what might happen up in the area where they're fighting those 3 wildfires. Hopefully some of that moisture can just sit and spin for a while and give them some much needed relief so they can make some progress on those wildfires. It's 12:53. We're so glad that you're with us here on All Day Live. We'll be right back after this short break.
Fox 9 all day.
Welcome back to All Day Live. We are continuing to watch a lot of different live events today. We've been taking a lot the first hour, and it's just going to continue on here the second hour and probably into the third hour as well today. Just so much going on. Of course, we're watching the weather. We'll talk to Jared Piepenberg here in just a second. At 1 o'clock, just so you know, in a few minutes here, we are waiting for the Department of Corrections for Minnesota to have a press conference, as we just learned here a few hours ago that lawmakers at the Capitol and Governor Walz have come to agreement where they're going to be phasing out the Stillwater prison. So that was big news, and we'll be taking that press conference here when they get going in a few minutes. But first, let's bring Jared back in and talk a little bit about where we're at in real time here with the storm systems that are moving in. We have some photos. I think we've got some viewer photos as well that some of you have sent to us, showing us what you're seeing maybe out your windows. And it's been different all over the state depending upon where you are. We've had a system that moved through this morning that didn't quite make it into the metro. I think Keith was saying it petered out sort of in Maple Grove. But if you want to put Jared's mic up and talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing here, that looks like Norwood, Young America here, Jared.
Yeah. To me, just like looking at it, looks like they were probably just driving and put their phone up. It just kind of looks like the shelf cloud from this morning, so kind of the leading edge of those storms heading on in, which can kind of create that view of just the darkness and the brightness within the cloud layers. I know that there was another one that was shared earlier this morning too. That was just a beautiful shot. I'm trying to think where that was from. I saw that I think in Slack someone had maybe posted this morning. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at here. That initial line of storms was just kind of I'd say just regular old thunderstorms that were rolling through this morning. Some folks got some decent rains. Western parts of North Dakota, I saw some places pick up inch to almost 2 inches of rain on the back side of this system. We're on the western edge, and now we have something new, Amy. I don't know. I was talking to Mike, our assistant news director, and his phone goes, "Tornado watch has been issued in your area," and maybe some viewers are tuning in with us right now and just received that too. So this was just issued probably within the last few minutes or so. So it does include the Twin Cities metro. metro. And this is from those same thunderstorms. Anyone that's stuck with us here over the past hour that we've been watching that just started to kind of roll on up there just southwest of the metro. I'll show you in a moment. But we have the new tornado watch that's issued until 8 p.m. So we're watching this area. There's some spin in the upper atmosphere. So as these thunderstorms, which are just kind of southwest of our area, it looks like one warning just popped up here. So this band of thunderstorms kind of hovering along I-94 and just to the south near a dry line here. They're all just kind of lifting up to the north and east and running into an unstable environment. So with that in mind, that we are looking at the potential of some severe weather. And as I mentioned, this one just popped up. Jennifer, do you know, I haven't even looked at this because this just fired up right now. Till 1:15 here for LeSueur County. Is it radar indicated? If you mind just kind of looking into that for me.
Radar indicated 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust.
Okay, so the potential of 60 mile an hour, I'll zoom in on that here in just a second, but I just want to highlight that tornado watch again for parts of the area. So these storms are just starting to fire up. We said that here about an hour ago. Said we're going to watch these in real time, just going to slowly get stronger here over the next hour or two and lift northward. So this is south of the metro, that the box there that's highlighting this potential, this storm just kind of northeast of Mankato, kind of lifting straight up to the north. It's all radar indicated, but the potential of some hail up to 1 inch in size and winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated means that there's no one that has reported any of those things, but that storm could potentially be producing that right now. Again, this is just southwest of the metro, this kind of broken line of thunderstorms lifting up to the north, and this is over the past hour, so it is kind of gaining in intensity. There are some other just kind of scattered showers, almost calling these thunder showers, but the stronger of the line just appears to be just southwest and south of the metro. So we'll be watching that to lift northward here over the next short little while. Kind of look like between noon and 2 that we're going to start to see those firing up, and that's what's happening right now. So severe outlook here for parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. I would say getting into a little better shot of having that severe weather is going to be just north and east of the metro. There is still the possibility of some larger hail and some gusty winds, and with that tornado watch in effect here, there is the potential of some of these cells to produce a spin up or an isolated tornado. So as we head throughout the next couple of hours, those storms will likely lift up to the north and east, producing some gusty winds, maybe some hail, that isolated threat of tornadoes. There's 1 o'clock, so kind of right now it's not initializing that well at the moment, meaning that it's not grabbing where the storms are located, but there will be the potential of those to swing through the metro here, I would say in the next hour or so, hour and a half, and then quickly moving up northward across Wisconsin, northern parts of Minnesota. And as that kind of line or broken line of storms fires up into that environment that's still really unstable, we're going to be watching for maybe more warnings to pop up here. These storms producing the hail, the wind gusts, and of course that threat of those isolated tornadoes as well. So that's 4 o'clock with Futurecast. Now as we head just in the early to mid-afternoon, the Twin Cities will likely be kind of in that all clear by afternoon hours. And then in the evening, this is going to be up in northern Minnesota and northern Wisconsin. So almost by 6, 7 p.m., a lot of this is going to be winding down. And then we're going to get into a little bit more stable weather, although we'll have some showers and some cooler temperatures and the breeze out there. But the main threat of severe weather is kind of happening as we're on right now over the next couple of hours. So kind of the afternoon here is what we're going to be watching for this to keep coming up. Otherwise, it's blustery out there. If you haven't stepped outside, it's humid as well. Just all the right ingredients for these storms to kind of produce some severe weather this afternoon for us.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, Jared. We're going to I want to keep you up for a second. I don't know if we can pop up the boxes and kind of show. So we'll just keep you up for a second here. We are just waiting on the Department of Corrections, who may be giving us a press conference here any minute. We'll go to that if we can. I want to make sure people know that in case you were looking at your phone and got some sort of a push alert, or you see that there is this tornado watch happening as well, we'll probably keep something up in one of these boxes. But just to reiterate, Jared, for those who may just be kind of tuning in for that watch. That goes until how long again? Was it?
Until 8 p.m. tonight.
8 o'clock tonight.
It does include the Twin Cities Metro. So we're really watching those storms that are just south of us at the moment. I know I don't have the radar up at the moment, but I do have those dew points. Apparently my graphics are going all over the place.
It's okay.
I will get that back up here.
No sweat. Okay. Yep, we got that. We'll keep an eye on all of that, and then obviously to the north and the east, we're watching that system and what it might do. Can I ask you a quick question about that north and east, where the wildfires are? Is this a system that we're concerned about a lot of lightning with? Do you think?
There is going to be the potential for these thunderstorms to produce some lightning as well. So, of course, going up into that dry area, if it isn't as, some thunderstorms don't have a whole lot of rain, then you get lightning up in that area that is dry. We don't want that. So we'll be watching it. I really think a lot of these are going to come with some rain. We're pulling in all this moisture as well. Thanks, Jennifer, who brought that up for me here. So there's that tornado watch here. But yeah, up in northern Minnesota, once this line of thunderstorms gets past kind of the Twin Cities and within this boxed area and lifts northward, that's where we're still going to have the chance of thunderstorms later in the evening up across northern Minnesota. So hopefully that'll come with some decent rainfall. There is the potential out there. And then, of course, as we head overnight tonight and into tomorrow, as this system will slowly be pushing across Minnesota, it'll come with some lighter winds actually in northern Minnesota. It'll still stay gusty in the south, but the lighter winds, chance of showers out there, cooler temperatures, higher humidity. It should be way better ingredients for fighting those fires and hopefully putting things out and getting things under control as we head over the next couple of days.
Okay, sorry, one more quick question, and I was looking at some other notes here, so sorry if you mentioned this, but as far as wind direction goes, when we talked to the Sheriff of St. Louis County here within the last hour or so, they were concerned about wind direction here, especially in the next 12 hours or so, and they were concerned that if the winds continued to push north and east, it would move one of the biggest fires, Jenkins Creek, toward Hoyt Lakes, which is a much more populous area, still 6 or 7 miles away, so they're not super concerned. But wind direction specifically for that area where the Jenkins Creek fire is, what does that look like to you here going through the afternoon and into this evening?
I'll leave this up. I'm going to go,
Okay.
I'll just grab that map here just while we're live, and I can just be able to show you those winds. And I think that'll help out a lot more as well. So,
thank you. Sorry to kind of put you on the spot real time here.
This is really good. So here's our current wind gusts over the past hour. So if you look up kind of by Duluth, the winds are kind of coming off the lake. You kind of have that easterly fetch off Lake Superior. It's very gusty up there, though. That's something we don't want. So it's a very windy day all across the state. Southern part of the state kind of has either the south or southwest wind. As you head across Wisconsin, it's that southeast wind. And then as we look ahead toward the next multiple hours here, I'll bring up our futurecast wind gusts. So it is going to stay a little gusty into the evening, but those winds are still going to generally be out of the east up in kind of that Arrowhead area, just kind of north of Duluth. Got to look closely there. But yeah, and then this is later on tonight. Winds start to back off. And then, Amy, there's tomorrow afternoon. Those winds are going to be much lighter for us. So it's going to be something that we're going to want.
Thank you so much. We're gonna cut to the Department of Corrections right now on the phasing out of the Stillwater prison. Let's take that.
Many of you know is one of the oldest correctional facilities built more than a century ago. While it has a long history, its future has become increasingly unsustainable. All right, different mic here. Its continued operation in 2025 does not reflect resilience. In fact, it reflects a growing liability for the state. Despite the dedicated efforts of DOC staff to keep the facility running, the conditions within Stillwater have deteriorated to a point that compromises its safety, efficiency, and operational integrity. The facility has a staggering deferred maintenance need and an outdated design that cannot meet modern standards for security and safety. After years of discussion and hearing from officers, community advocates, and formerly incarcerated individuals, the Minnesota legislative leaders, along with Governor Wells, came to this joint agreement for a phased closure of the facility. Okay.
Just keep talking.
All right. We believe that continuing to pour millions of dollars into infrastructure Band-Aids on a facility that requires today more than $180 million in deferred maintenance is neither effective or responsible. We currently house around 8,300 individuals within the DOC system and have roughly equivalent capacity using all bed space. With that context, the closure of Stillwater is possible without compromising public safety. This decision marks a significant operational shift, and we recognize the impact it will have on staff at Stillwater. While staff will remain, a contingent of staff will remain during the phased closure, we know that there will be staff impacts at the facility. The DOC is committed to working closely with the labor unions to manage this transition responsibly. Available measures include reassignment of staff to open positions within the DOC, possible placement in other state agencies, and voluntary layoff options. The state is committed to maintaining the stability across the corrections workforce and supporting staff through this process with as much predictability and information as possible. Today, approximately 1,180 individuals are housed at the Stillwater facility. As the facility's operations will be gradually reduced, incarcerated individuals will be transferred to other DOC facilities across the state. These placement decisions will be made based on security classification, program offerings, and the health care needs of individual incarcerated people. The department is taking steps to ensure continuity of education, treatment, and vocational programming throughout the transition. Public safety, operational integrity, and rehabilitation will remain the core priorities through this process. This will not happen overnight. The phased closure of Stillwater will take place over the next 4 years, with a complete shutdown expected by June 30th of 2029. The decision made by legislative leaders and the governor, while difficult, reflects the commitment to safety and to sound fiscal management. We simply cannot continue to throw good money after bad. We are committed to making this transition as smooth and transparent and respectful as possible. We thank you for your attention and helping bring this information to the community. And with that, I would be happy to stand for any questions people may have.
Commissioner, when will the first inmates leave and where will they go in this first phase?
So a staff contingent made up of capacity management folks as well as people, wardens from across the system, will begin to look at classification, security classification levels of different incarcerated people in the facility and begin to make those transition based upon their needs and the facilities that we have open beds that can meet those individual needs.
Will that start as soon as like tomorrow?
No, we would anticipate that some of this is going to take several weeks before we can initiate any of the beginning steps. While this announcement is news for most everyone, a lot of planning is taking place as we speak. And once we got the word, we have begun the process of bringing together the proper people to make those assessments. But it will take weeks before we start transferring.
Commissioner, you talked generally about the deteriorating state of the prison, safety concerns. Can you give us any specifics on the state or things you guys have come across within the facility?
Well, I think you can just look at this through the lens of for those who've been in there, and I know many of the media outlets have had people in there and have seen the tiers, which is very antiquated and old infrastructure for prisons. Not very safe for both incarcerated as well as for staff. It takes a lot more staff to operate the Stillwater facility because of its design. And safety issues. That's just one example. But there are issues around windows, energy efficiency, furnace, plumbing, tuck pointing of that building, maintenance of the outbuilding. Literally on an annual basis, we're investing tens of millions of dollars in deferred maintenance money into that facility. And at some point in time, a decision has to be made to move away from this. I will also tell you this, that a study was done recently to look at what the cost would be to replace Stillwater on that location and bring that infrastructure up to modern standards, and it would be $1.3 billion. They also looked at St. Cloud as part of that. These are the oldest facilities in the system, and St. Cloud was estimated to have a cost of about $750 million. So we're talking over $2 billion in this infrastructure.
You talk about hazardous conditions, safety concerns. Are inmates safe there right now? And with this phasing out happening over the course of a couple years, how are you going to ensure that the people who are there now are safe while this transition happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly, Stillwater has been, quite stable in recent times. We have, large full staffing contingent there that has made a difference in terms of that. We do not see any immediate safety issues. We did take action of bringing the facility into a lockdown state today, which is commonplace when you have things like this. Part of this is so we can communicate with staff. Part of this so we can communicate with the population. And we know that transition to different facilities, even for incarcerated people, will be, in some cases, challenging. There are people who would like and would prefer to stay at Stillwater as opposed to be transferred to another facility.
Commissioner, can we walk through those numbers one more time? Because I heard kind of conflicting numbers from you, or maybe I just misheard it. So how many people are currently at the prison as far as people who are inmates or people who are incarcerated?
Roughly around 1180, between 1180 and 1200, and that shifts every day. There were people that were being brought in even while I was out there this morning.
What's the capacity, the total capacity, if it were to be?
Of that facility? That facility, it depends on if it's double bunked. Single bunk, that capacity is about 1250, 1280.
And you say that there's room essentially for each of those people to go to other places throughout the state?
Yes, this would be a staged transition, right? We would keep about 500 beds open, at that facility for the next 2 to 3 years. As that transition, as we phase out of that, we would then begin to move people throughout the system. In addition, I would just add that in 2017, the department, with legislative approval, had done a study to look at facility expansion at the Faribault site. And at that time, the addition of a modern building being placed, another additional modern building being placed on that site was costed out and was largely shovel ready. And so that we will look at that and work with legislative leaders and talk about what that may look like relative to improving some of the infrastructure in the DOC. We have to look at the fact that St. Cloud still remains an old facility, and many of the other facilities are also old.
So you're saying there could be plans down the road to potentially open up another facility to help?
What we would do, and I think what states are doing around the country, and one of the things we do know is that departments of corrections and even the Federal Bureau of Prisons has engaged in downsizing, and a lot of prison infrastructure is quite old. The most cost-effective way to manage that is by consolidating sites, closing Stillwater, and then building capacity, if it's needed, as needed, on an existing site is actually the most cost-effective way to manage this going forward.
And sorry to keep asking so many, but did you have a number for that total number of staff? I know you mentioned there's obviously a contingent that could be relocated, but how many people are currently working at this?
There's about 560, 565 in that staff contingent at Stillwater. And in terms of, we will assess what that need, the staffing need is there. We are also looking at the fact that today we have a large number of people that are at or very near retirement age. And so we would explore things through conversations with labor, like early retirement, that might open up some of these options at other places. And labor contracts do require us to engage in labor management discussions when we do a closure or when layoffs become a possibility.
Will these be individualized plans for inmates, determining where they should go, what level of security they need, what level of care they need, what treatment plans are? I mean, what is that process like? Is that a one-on-one basis?
It really, at the end of the day, that's what it becomes. That we would right now we do have some thoughts of what may the housing may look like in terms of dropping down that to half the existing population there. But yeah, we would look at the individual needs. For instance, the Lino Lakes facility is the DOC's largest treatment facility. And so to the extent possible, those people that we can move into open beds there to ready them for treatment, that would be optimal. And so we would really look at what their needs are, what their outdates are. All of those things would be factored into this as we make those decisions about placement. We also may move people from other facilities into Stillwater based, again, on on the use that we determine for the Stillwater during the phase closure.
Was this result in anyone getting out early?
No, that was crystal clear. As part of this, we're not reducing population or releasing anyone to make this happen. This would be handled by existing open bed space and, again, phased over time.
You mentioned that you just said there's about 560 staff. You might have to do voluntary layoffs. Some are going to be relocated. How many people are you looking to possibly not relocate?
We don't know, because we do know that even we have almost an equivalent number of people that are near retirement age at other facilities. How much we can manage through attrition, all of this will have to be studied, and then looking at things like some labor units may have bumping rights and those sorts of things across the system. So a lot of work is going to have to be done by human resources to do this. We are activating all available resources that the state has through DEED and elsewhere to work with us and staff as we have these conversations. Certainly workforce loss, especially given the fact that we have put so much effort into increasing our workforce and stabilizing the workforce, which finally has happened. And so this is challenging, and yet I think it is a wise economic decision for the state in the long haul.
And do the current facilities, I know you mentioned there are open beds and you talked about building capacity. I know that takes time, but when you relocate some of these inmates, do the rest of the facilities have the capacity to take in more people?
Yes, we do. We have looked at that, and the ability to move people into facilities is viable across by using bed space across the system. We want to make sure that one of the realities of this decision, there were certainly real economic pressures that are part of this, but I think the secondary issue is this cannot get kicked down the road any further. We're talking about a building that is way beyond its useful life.
So does that mean there could be more inmates sharing one cell?
Right now we do have double bunking at a number of our facilities, but we will use the full capacity of bed space in order to achieve these transfers.
It sounds like you're saying we've been sinking money into Stillwater and we can't kick the can down the road any further. Could this decision have been made sooner to save more taxpayer money?
Well, I mean, I think here's the challenge. Certainly, that decision could be made sooner. At the same time, when you're talking about a $1 billion investment, those kinds of conversations that's a big number in any place, and so we, I think, really need to be in a place where these decisions do get made. You saw it happen in Wisconsin just a few months ago. It was announced. New York, even Oklahoma. So this is not just a blue state issue. This is across the nation. You are seeing systems, the feds, reducing facility size. In fact, the Bureau of Prisons is going to be closing the prison camp up in Duluth. So this is a reality when you continue to use old and aged infrastructure.
So what's happening to the building come 2029 once it's closed? Is it going to be sold off or demolished or what?
So Stillwater does have a historic designation. The main building, the main facade of that building is considered as a historic designation. That will be part of what will be included is a study, a decommissioning study. And the decommissioning study would look at, what is the possible uses of that property, what does it mean to put that back on the tax rolls, as a for instance, multi-use development. And in fact, I think there was a New York Times article not that long ago talking about old prisons being converted into housing and mixed-use developments in other states.
Commissioner, two questions for you. First one, how many total facilities are there that the prisoners in Stillwater can be moved to? Is it 10, 15? Do you have a number?
Yeah, we exclude obviously the women's facility in Shakopee and Red Wing, which is the juvenile facility, although we do have about 80 beds there in a minimum unit at Red Wing. So really we're talking about 10 facilities if we can also consider the boot camps at Willow River and Togo.
And the second question, Stillwater has the oldest inmate-run newspaper in the country.
Yes.
Do you know, will that be potentially transferred to another facility?
That's a great question. In fact, I'm sure that question will come from the Prison Mirror folks at Stillwater about wanting to make sure that that gets moved when this happens, because for the people, the incarcerated staff who write that newspaper, that designation means a lot.
This feels like it came out of nowhere. I mean, there were a couple of wows in our newsroom today when we got the email. How long has this been in the works, and was there an intentionality of keeping this under wraps until the final decision could be made?
No, I will say this. There was testimony in a December hearing that was held by the Public Safety and Judiciary Committee. Some staff came and testified. My counterpart from Oklahoma testified about the closures that they had done there. Wisconsin had not that long ago announced their closures. The issues around bonding have been ongoing year after year about what are we going to do? Are we going to either sink a couple $100 million in this, that's deferred maintenance only. That does not bring the facility up to modern correctional standards. And so I think the combination and culmination of these things, in addition to the reality of the budget, I think is what put this on the table. But certainly this issue around our aging infrastructure is not particularly new. We've talked about it over the last several legislative sessions.
In that way, is this, in your role, is this a full measure or a half measure? Is there more that needs to be done to figure out what is the future of corrections, incarceration look like in the state of Minnesota?
Well, I think that question is important, and I think that's the question that's being asked across the nation. Is one, we need. I want to be crystal clear that that Minnesota has to have prisons. We have to have accountability. It is a core and central public safety measure. But we also have to be smart about those facilities, because 95% of the people in them are going to get out. And it is in our collective best interest to ensure that they come out better than when they went in. And facilities play a role in that. And I think, when you look at some of the comments that were made from legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle about the nature of Stillwater, the lack of humane conditions, that was one of the words I heard to describe it for both staff as well as the people who live there. I think that the timing, the economic challenges, and the reality of Stillwater came together, and that's what the legislators coalesced around.
Commissioner, you mentioned St. Cloud earlier. Is that facility in any better shape than Stillwater, considering that it's an older building, correct?
Yeah, St. Cloud is in fact somewhat older than Stillwater. It is probably in better condition overall than Stillwater. In 2020, the Office of the Minnesota Legislative Auditor did a study on prison safety and security and recommended that the legislature look at either the replacement or upgrade of both the St. Cloud and Stillwater facilities. And so I think as we look to the future, certainly I think lawmakers are going to have to look at what the future is, but I think we want to take this one step at a time, and Stillwater is the starting point. And I think it does relate to the question of what do we want our correction system to be and look like and to achieve.
Commissioner, I know you said that this might be a long time coming or a long thought-out decision. I do know that the union that represents the people who work there told us today it was a shock to them, and it caught them by surprise. What do you say to that?
It is. I understand. I was at Stillwater this morning. I met with both union leaders there, with facility leadership, the leadership team, who was also surprised by this a bit. And at the same time, over the last several months, I would say the last month and a half for certain, as an agency, just given the economic realities, we have been looking at all options. in terms of managing our budget and while maintaining our mission. And that has been the focus. And, one of the concerns was if you are going to implement cuts that have the same kind of economic impact across the system, our ability to be effective at any location would be terribly compromised. And so one of the things about this decision, as challenging as it is for Stillwater and Stillwater staff, the reality is that we want to make sure that our system can manage the needs of people who are incarcerated in our system. And
from the Fox 9 Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. Obviously, we've got some things to talk about today. The first thing your eye will be drawn to is this large red box. That, my friends, is a tornado watch. That is in place until 8 p.m. And now you look here at the last few hours, and there are some bands of storms that will set up. And I want you to think about this like spokes in a wheel. The center of the wheel is back off to the west. And as those bands come through, we will talk about severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. The latest, a real long severe thunderstorm warning. This was issued less than a minute ago. It is for parts of Dakota, LeSueur, Rice, and Scott counties. And you're saying to yourself, my gosh, that's a big slice of a bunch of counties. I'll tell you intrinsically what that means, or at least anecdotally. When we see that, we're looking at this line, and really what the service is talking about with a warning that is shaped like this in the direction of a line of storms is straight line wind. So with this severe thunderstorm warning in place until 2 p.m., I don't want you to think, it's a rumbler. It'll rumble over. We'll get some hail. Large hail is a definite possibility, 1.5 inch size and greater. But also because of this warning, we're talking straight line wind possibilities higher than 60 miles per hour. So look, if you're from Belle Plaine all the way to Owatonna, and I get it, that's a large stretch. Everywhere in front of this line is where I want you to stay sky aware as we move through the next couple of hours. What I'm going to do here is I want to track everything for you and to at least give you an idea where you live. So let's go from Belle Plaine all the way down to Owatonna. We move this out and it is moving forward speed at around 34 miles per hour. So you start to look here just south of the metro. Cedar Lake in the next 11 minutes, Faribault in the next 2 minutes. What we're talking about is large hail, some blinding rain, and the possibility of 60+ mile per hour winds. I don't want to forget what's going on well out to the west. That pink shading lets us know that there is an observed tornado. This is a valid tornado warning now. It was a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It is now a valid or an observed tornado warning until 1:45. That puts us about 15 minutes forward in time. That's the cell. I will tell you this, Jared Piepenberg and Jennifer McDermott are in the Weather Center. And Jennifer, are you mic'd? Okay, maybe let me know what's going on with the observed tornado, and you can just scream it out anytime you want, because this is live television, and that's what we're doing. And by the way, we're not just on live television, not just on Fox and Fox Plus. We're also joining you in all day. My friends Amy and Amber, who've been doing such a great job on the Stillwater prison, I don't know what you call it, shutdown?
It was spotted at 1:22 p.m. in Danvers, Minnesota.
Okay, so 1:22 p.m. in Danvers. We have a picture of that tornado. It is what we call a rope. If you look at it, it looks like there's a hair in the picture. Nonetheless, it is an observed tornado now, and an observed tornado warning until 1:45. By the way, both of these lines are interacting differently. This line is tracking here out to the east-northeast, and you're looking at the screen, you're going, wait a minute, that means it's heading toward the metro. And yes, you're absolutely right, metro and areas south toward Faribault. This line here is moving more to the northeast. So you've got two distinct and different storm lines that are at play as we work through the rest of the afternoon. Again, what brought me to air is the tornado watch until 8 p.m. and the Twin Cities Metro is square in the middle of it. Just to the south, the latest, the newest, the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Dakota, LeSueur, Rice, and Scott counties until 2 p.m. That's the large flashing yellow and black box. That's the possibility of straight line winds at 60+ miles miles per hour. It's going to be a bumpy ride. I've taken up enough of your time. I've stolen a little time from our friends on All Day, our streaming platform with both Amber and Amy. So we'll get back to their live coverage of what's going on with the Stillwater Prison. I'm going to get you back to live programming on Fox 9 and Fox 9 Plus. And as things change, and I guarantee you with the storm set up today, they will, of course, I'll be back on the air. So stay skyware, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard sending you back.
All right. Thank you, Ian. Amber, do we still have, is the Stillwater Prison press conference still going on? It is. Okay, why don't we go back to that. Department of Corrections Commissioner Paul Schnell talking about this phased shutdown of the Stillwater Prison by the year 2029. Let's continue to listen into some of the questions.
This is about 180 acres of property just off of Highway 36 and 95. I think the article from the New York Times talked about conversion of some of even those old historic designated properties as condos and those sorts of things. What this would look like, that's for others to determine, and the decommissioning study would look at, what possible options there could be for that. But that really is something that would need to be determined following that decommissioning study, which we would hope to have started here in the next year or so.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, for those of you who have been with us for a while here, we've been listening for about the last half an hour to the Department of Corrections Commissioner Paul Schnell talk about this agreement now between the state lawmakers and Governor Walz on this phased shutdown of the Stillwater Prison. It's built in 1914, and they're talking about phasing. Well, they will close it down by the year 2029 because they're just, as he said, kind of pouring money into this, and the deferred maintenance costs continue to grow about $180 million worth, and it would just cost about $1 billion to sort of rebuild and replace it and get it back to where it needs to be. But he said the infrastructure itself, the way it's built, just is not sustainable moving forward. And if they were to redesign it, they would completely do something different because the way it's built is not sustainable. It's not safe for those who are housed there and not safe for the staff. But he also said there aren't really plans to rebuild because they believe that the number of inmates who are there right now, which is about 1180, can be absorbed into the current system right now using current bed space. So a couple different phases here that we'll start seeing tangible change and shifting in about a couple of weeks and moving of folks there. As far as staff goes, there are about 560 staffers involved here that we're talking about, and it'll be a mix of some folks maybe taking some newly created positions, some taking voluntary early retirement. He said there's a large portion of those folks who are near or at retirement age, and so they're going to be working to figure out how they can take care of those folks the best they can. But some pretty surprising, I think, news for a lot of people, given there's been a lot of problems reported over the years, over the decades with that particular prison, and the conditions deteriorating there inside and within safety as well. So we'll keep an eye on that and continue to bring you the very latest here throughout the day on our newscast. And of course, the other stories that we're following here, you just heard Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard talking about this tornado watch that has been issued right over the metro area, includes the metro, until 8 o'clock tonight, and he's just right over there, and we're going to tap into that here periodically over the course of the next couple of hours or so. So just keep us on, keep us close, and we will be popping on here as soon as we have any more information on that as well. And then we have been bringing you up to northeastern Minnesota for the last several days here, and we just got an update from the sheriff of St. Louis County about an hour ago, who talked about the fact that while there's still zero containment the fires are not spreading nearly at the rate that they were. They're sort of stabilized now. The evacuation situation is stabilized, so they're in relatively decent shape, but really hoping for this weather system to come in and bring them some more relief. And as we've been seeing Ian and Jared and Keith and Cody talking about this morning, this system they're hoping can park itself right over that area where the wildfires are and sort of spin enough to give them some more moisture. There's some in the air, there has been for a while, which has helped, but even more, and dump some rain on some folks that really need it. All right, let's take a quick break and reset here. All Day Live will continue after this with more headlines, more live coverage for you. We hope that you'll stay with us. It's 1:37, and there is another look at the tornado watch box in the areas that are being covered right now. Ian will stick with us, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 9 all day.
Welcome back to All Day Live. You're taking a look at a live look there, 35 northbound, 21 in Faribault. And we knew that this was an area about 10 minutes ago that Ian told us that the storm was going to be moving through. It looks like it may have already gone through Faribault as it moves north and east. But keeping an eye on a couple of different storm systems that have the potential to produce hail and strong winds, even the possibility of tornadoes here. So Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard has come in early for the day. He's got his sleeves rolled up and he is already at the weather wall. So Ian, what's the very latest here?
I apologize if I am interrupting Amy. It's kind of like we have a whole bunch of things going on. It's live television, but Amy and Amber on Fox 9's All Day streaming platform. I'm there. I'm also with you on Fox 9 Plus and Fox 9, our regular television channel. There's an awful lot going on tonight, this afternoon and into this evening, everybody. First and foremost, the tornado watch here, the large red box, that is in place until 8 p.m. and it does include the Twin Cities Metro. As I say that, there is a line of very strong storms advancing toward the metro. Look, it is 1:40 right now. If you have plans from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and they are based in the metro, whether it's outside or not, but if you're planning on driving, all those sorts of things, those plans are about to be affected by strong and severe thunderstorms. We also have a severe thunderstorm that dropped a very small rope-like tornado near Benson, Minnesota, about almost 30 minutes ago, but a new tornado warning has been issued in that area. I'll get to that in just a minute. Last night we talked about linear storms. That's the line of storms. What do we talk about with linear storms? We talk about very strong winds. Now, here's the thing when we talk linear. Those winds aren't back here where you see lightning tracker pinging away and some of these very vibrant white colors. Those winds will be right here, right in front of the storm. So you could be looking in the distance and say, oh, honey, boy, those clouds, they look ferocious out there. And then all of a sudden, whoosh. These are winds that are slamming to the ground and then riding out in front, upwards of 60 miles per hour. So all along this line, these are the two latest severe thunderstorm warnings. These are west of the metro. In terms of the metro proper, these are both misses, but that doesn't make them any less important. Severe thunderstorm warning here until 2 p.m. for parts of Meeker and Wright. That's 18 minutes from now. A severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Carver and Wright for another 18 minutes. See the storm track that is now a part of this one cell here just further to the south? It is just off to the north and northeast of Waconia, working toward Delano. And Delano was rocked by those storms we had first thing this morning around 9 a.m. Delano, you are back there again. And as we track the cell, the original track that is on the screen, that's imparted by the Doppler algorithms. And then I'm able to go look at those algorithms and take you forward in time. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Notice how this piece of pie is segmented into 3 segments. Delano, this very strong thunderstorm is on you here in the next 19 minutes. If you look toward Cokato, when the Doppler goes around, you'll see this thing flash very bright just off to the north and west of Waconia. That's some very high vertically integrated liquid. It basically tells us that there's going to be some large hail. That's why we've got the blue diamond here on the storm heading toward Delano in 19 minutes. When the Doppler comes along, you see it doesn't flash that bright white toward Cokato. Not as big a hail signature here. Nonetheless, a very strong storm with winds possible at 60 miles per hour. Now let's talk about this. There is where we had the tornado touchdown here in and around parts of Benson. But then you look at the new tornado warning, and the new tornado warning is really quite big. So that new tornado warning is outlined in black. In the background, it is red. I think the one thing that's going to ping in your mind right now, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, that's looking an awful lot like the line you were talking about earlier, Ian, and it is. I'm just going to extend this a little further to the north. So see, from just south of Morris, here all the way to Benson, down toward Kirkhoven and in toward Sunburg, that's a linear storm. And with linear-based storms, I'm going to get stuck in the meteorological weeds here for a minute. We talk about QLCS. Wow, what is that, Ian? A quasi-linear convective system. Basically what that means is the line here as it moves, and this line here where we have the tornado warning into parts of Pope, Stevens, and Grant counties, all of these lines will have spin-ups along them. So spin-ups are very small tornadoes. I don't want to downplay the fact, because if one happens near you, it may not appear or feel very small, but it is also straight line winds in advance of the storms that cause the spin-ups in excess of 60 miles per hour. So there's an awful lot going on in the screen. And as I mentioned, if you are in the Twin Cities metro, I will tell you this. It is almost time to put your personal storm plan into effect. It is almost time to think about where are the kids. Will I be stuck in traffic? What are the after-school programs? We're at 1:45. All of that is going to come into play here as we work toward 2:30, 2:45, and 3 p.m. That will be more North Metro and East Metro. The way the setup is for storms right now, I would anticipate these storms, this linear storm right here, that once it moves here just off to the north and east of the metro, to go a step further in terms of intensity and really begin to ramp up. Remember, we're talking about very large hail, damaging winds, and the possibility, it's absolutely there, the possibility of a tornado, not just on the Doppler indicated tornado warning here off to the north and west of Kandiyohi County, but all along this line of strong thunderstorms as it works toward the metro. You begin to pick up all of the Doppler signatures. And this is the one thing I love. So, and I've said this many, many times, time for a little bit of a Doppler lesson. People say, well, what is Doppler? Doppler is the frequency that objects make moving toward or from you. So you're standing on the highway and a car goes screaming by and you hear it and it goes, meow. That frequency, that pitch change, that's basically the Doppler effect. We use that with Doppler radar to lock onto items that are in the atmosphere, whether it's hail or rain or a combination of each, and we can tell whether they're moving away or toward the Doppler unit. Hence Doppler, looking for spin as those things move in the atmosphere. But this line of strong thunderstorms here is moving to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour, so we can move it forward here into the metro. That's Plymouth in 28 minutes, Victoria in 3 minutes. That's the storm we were talking about in and around Waconia. So this strong line of storms with large hail, damaging winds, and some blinding heavy rain is coming toward the metro. So the greater Twin Cities metro, and in particular the Southwest metro, you are now under the weather gun. When you start to look at the forecast as we move forward, today is going to be a very, very stormy day. Again, the big picture view. We've gone observed on the tornado here off to the northwest of Kandiyohi County. Okay, so just a minute. Tornado near Benson. It's another one near Benson. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so that's 2 strikes for Benson so far today. There's a line of thunderstorms up toward the cities. These 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are west. Notice the direction of these storms. These are Twin Cities missers, if you will, but working through parts of Wright County, very strong. There is the latest tornado warning with a tornado reported near Benson. That's the latest one, right, Jennifer? Okay, so when we talk about these spin-ups, you'll notice there isn't very good lock-on here for tornado vortex signatures, for mesocyclone signatures. You're like, what's he talking about now? That's the Doppler as it goes through all of its height changes, looking for a degree of rotation using Doppler velocity somewhere in here. So what we can do is, and this is going to look a little bizarre when you first see it, is we can go in this storm and look at Doppler velocity. So as you begin to look for Doppler velocity, I can move this scope around. All of that red mean we're looking at winds here that are all working in one direction off to the north. If there is any degree of rotation in it, it's a big is and a big if. It will be here once we see these little flashes of green. That gives us an idea of winds heading off to the north and winds rotating back around to the south. So Doppler velocity, it's one of those things that you look at, you're like, dude, I'm not sure I'm getting it. But what I want to make sure is that we give you that information so that you're like, okay, so I understand now. There is rotation in that storm, hence the Doppler indicated tornado warning that is now morphed into an observed tornado near Benson in the last 10 minutes. Don't want to forget about the metro, because as you look at this line, think about this. About 20 minutes ago, there was a cell here just working near Faribault. Then it started to extend all the way toward the metro. And now that I've said that, look at what we've got here. We have a brand new tornado warning on the map, and that is flashing in black right there, just off to the southwest of Lakeville. So let's go ahead and zoom in particularly on this tornado warning. I will tell you this, because it is black right now, the outline, that means it is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. I'm going to step off for just a minute and grab my cell phone. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It is for hail to 1 inch. It is for parts of Scott County. At 1:48 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was right over top of Elko Newmarket, about 13 miles northwest of Northfield. And here's the kicker. We talk about winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This particular storm, or at least the core of this storm, is moving off to the northeast. Its forward speed at 55 miles per hour. You've heard me say this before. Our rule of thumb is that most counties are around 30 miles wide. So that would be a county and a half in the next hour. So these storms are screaming. And when I was talking about this earlier, talking about what's going to happen here in the metro, I said, hey man, it's almost time to put your personal storm plan into effect. For the old timers, see the 494, 694 area? We call that the loop. The metro just used to be inside the loop. Now, because of urban sprawl, we've got 3 to 4 million people here. All of you need to hear my voice and say, look, if you've got outdoor plans, if you know the kids are outdoors, there's a field day at school or something like that, it is time to head indoors. The lightning should give you that key anyway, but as we begin to move forward in time, the metro is definitely under the weather gun. It is 1:51. Most of the severe thunderstorm warnings have been in place off to the west of the metro until 2 p.m. The tornado warning for this little sliver of Scott County right there is in place until 2:15. And the most important thing that I'll say in the next 5 minutes is that this is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. In other words, not a tornado on the ground, but a storm with strong enough spin and rotation to be able to create a tornado. So let me give you another look inside. Again, we're going to talk about Doppler velocity and be like, oh, here he goes. Here he goes. Here comes the science. So what are we looking at? We're looking at two distinctive colors. Once we can get those distinctive colors side by side, and they start to spin, we talk about the atmosphere in a very small, narrow box, 1 meter by 1 meter squared. If we can find spin and Doppler in there, we call that gate-to-gate shear. We call that a Doppler-indicated tornado. This is a Doppler-indicated tornado warning, so that as we move forward in time, Burnsville, you're under the weather gun. Elko, Newmarket, all the way here toward Eden Prairie, down toward Chaska, and then back over once you get to the I-35 split and you're working here. There's the airport. Now you're working over towards South St. Paul, Sunfish Lake, all of those sorts of areas. You are all definitively under the weather gun. I got to make sure that we, Jared, if you have a second, would you do me a favor? Go into my live rundown that's cooking right now, and make sure that you unclick the 7-day forecast from there if you can without taking it out of play mode, please. Okay, so by the way, Jennifer McDermott and Jared Piepenberg both with me. We knew this was going to be a very active day. This morning when those storms came through and sort of split around the metro, you get the people online who are like, oh, great. I'm telling you, we are set up for decent, if not very strong to severe storms. And this isn't just a metro-based thing here. As we get through the next hour and these storms come rocking across the metro, that line should stay intact and fire off as very strong severe storms here well into late this afternoon and early this evening off to the northeast. Linear-based storms, straight-line winds, dropping these little swirls, quasi-linear convective system. That's why we've got this Doppler-indicated tornado warning right here for parts of Scott County until 2:15 p.m. It does not mean there's a tornado on the ground. I will tell you, though, there is blinding rain, thunder, and lightning, and winds somewhere near 60 to 65 miles per hour. These are what I'm calling the metro missers, because these are just off to the west of the metro. That doesn't make them any less important for us. So let me just slide this a little so you get the idea. Cokato, when you look at radar, you're out even though the warning is still flashing. Southside, you are in it. Wakefield, almost. There's I-94 here as it bisects, if you will, east central Minnesota. From Watertown in toward Buffalo. The strongest portion of this storm with the biggest hail looks to miss Buffalo, but thunder and lightning all around this area. And I know our storm chaser Bill Doms is on it. So is so is most of our crews out and ready to go tonight. Tornado warning for parts of Pope, Stevens, and Swift until 2:15. I have to tell you, and you know, this is just looking at things here. It's not a great looking storm in terms of its overall storm definition, right? I mean, you look at that, Jennifer, and you're like, eh.
Yeah, and so also I want to report that there has been debris reported just 2 miles north of Benson.
Okay, so 2 miles north of Benson. Is there any social media pictures yet?
I'm not.
Because we had them earlier.
Yeah, we had one picture of a rope tornado come in, and that confirmed a report of a tornado, and that was near Montevideo, and that was a while ago. That was at 1:12, 1:15-ish, yeah. But now I have not seen any pictures of a tornado, just reports that there was one on the west side of Benson and a little north of Benson. Apparent touchdowns in both locations.
So Master Control doesn't have your microphone, but All Day does.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
Okay.
So people on our streaming platform, which by the way, if you haven't tuned in, shame, because it's amazing. Amber and Amy Hawkert every single day. So we have Jennifer's microphone on there. But as I mentioned earlier, it's live television. There's a lot of stuff going on right now with different control rooms all communicating. We'll effort trying to get that done for you, but Jennifer's adding some great information, so we're going to let her continue to go. I think the one thing you'll notice here, when I was talking about how bizarre this storm looks, you know, when meteorologists look at radar, we get a really good snapshot. It would be like an architect looking at blueprints and saying, well, that's not right, or that's right, or a doctor looking at an x-ray. When we look at radar, we're like, what requires extra investigation here? You see these little tiny lobes here that are trying to get going. People will say, look at that notch. No, that's the wrong side. We would be looking for a notch on this side to find our rotation, and we're just not seeing it, at least not in the precipitation display here that we're using on Storm Vision currently. All right. Go ahead.
And one reason why we might not be seeing rotation out towards Benson on radar, at least, is because it's a long ways away. It's in between a lot of radar sites, and it's too far away to really pick up on the lower levels of that storm.
Okay, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for a good portion of the Twin Cities metro. And remember, I've been talking about this here for about 20 minutes. The metro, it is coming for you, and there it is. See this large polygon that is now moving its way across a good portion of the metro. It kind of spikes its way across I-94 here in between downtown Minneapolis and downtown St. Paul. This is an area of the storm. Sorry, I'm just going to turn off. Phones ringing in the background. This happens during severe weather. People call and say, is the storm coming to my place? Hey, you're my friend. Well, turn on the television and I'll help you out the best we can. Let's get in on this particular storm now that is beginning to ride toward the Twin Cities metro. There's the latest severe thunderstorm warning. It includes a good portion here. Well, it includes all of Dakota County. It includes parts of Anoka and then stretches here into Hennepin County. All of these lines that are in place don't have any rain yet. Notice how that warning extends here off into the North Metro. There's nothing there. But as you slide everything a little bit further to the south, this is where we get into the meat and potatoes. So here's Eden Prairie. Here's where we're located right now, Eden Prairie. Down in toward Bloomington, over toward Inver Grove Heights, there is the airport. Now slide down. There's the 35E interchange where everything splits. The rain has just started to make an appearance where you are. I think the best thing I can do for you, instead of talking specifically about these storms and their exact locations, is give you an idea where these storms are going to be in the next half hour. So to do that, I can use our Doppler technology here. And when we talk specifically about the storms that are rocking here from Montrose all the way down to Lakeville and then stretching down to almost Zumbrota, but through Faribault, that's where things start to get very interesting, and in particular, as we move toward the metro. Forward speed on the Doppler indicated tornado storm was 55 miles per hour off to the northeast. I'm going to come in here so you get a really good idea. Valley Fair, don't think it's open yet. Don't quote me on that. But Valley Fair location, when you start to think about areas around Chaska and Chanhassen, well, okay, so the Doppler indicated tornado warning, thanks Jennifer, has been allowed to expire. Again, it was Doppler indicated. We're going to find a lot of these tornado warnings popping up very quickly and then disappearing very quickly or getting canceled very quickly. Remember, I talked about this. Straight line winds really churning up the atmosphere. When you're a kid and you're drawing a picture, usually when you're a kid and you draw a picture, you draw the ground and it looks like that. And when you draw a wind, think about this piece of paper, you draw like an arrow for wind. But truly, that's not what happens. Instead, the winds roll along the ground until they encounter something that could stop them rolling along the ground and tilt them up. Well, that's exactly what happens here along this line of severe thunderstorms, linear thunderstorms. That line is working and it's helping some areas to tilt up, which is where we find a Doppler indicated tornado warning, or even little visions and little pictures of some very wispy, ropey little tornadoes. That's a good idea when you start to look at this. Okay, so off to the west, the severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. Those storms are starting to appear more ragtag. Into the metro now for Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, and Washington counties. That new severe thunderstorm warning for another half hour, that is in place until 2:30. The biggest thing I can tell you that as these storms approach, obviously the thunder, you're like, thunder, wow, look how dark and low those clouds are. You're going to see some spin in the clouds. The clouds will continue to lower. You'll start to see clouds pull apart and then tuck back in, something we call scud. Hey, Jennifer, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you look at some of our sky cams? I'd love to have a peek, especially like in St. Paul or any of those traffic cams on the jam cams. I know Jared is in the Weather Center. Jared, can you go over to the traffic computer and see what we can pull up for any vision here? Preferably from the downtowns of Minneapolis and St. Paul, with the cameras looking off to the south and to the southeast. And I will tell you, MnDOT, the last time we were talking storms and tracking storms, it was like we were simpatico. I'd talk about a camera and I'd say we need it, and they would move it, and they were fantastic. I mean, that's what the cameras are for our ability to show you not just on radar, but where these storms are actually tracking. So, severe thunderstorm. Notice here, it is not out for areas like Maple Grove or Plymouth. It is not out for areas like Lake Minnetonka. Lake Minnetonka, you have a strong storm over top of you, thunder, lightning, and some very heavy rain. The warning, though, really comes from parts of Chanhassen all the way up into the North Metro, and then slides here. If you look at geography, notice when you pick up the Mississippi River. Here's the Mississippi River Valley. For all intents and purposes, that warning works right up toward the Mississippi River. So a good portion here of Goodhue County, you're under the weather gun. Severe thunderstorm warning is pretty much here for you. For a good portion here of Dakota County. These are all very strong storms, winds 60 plus miles per hour. Hail size is varying anywhere between 1 to 2 inch possibilities, but it is all about the winds. These are severe thunderstorms because of the wind. Lightning trackers still pinging away here. This is where you start to look at the cities. See that hail core that has now been pinned here just north of Lakeville? Let's give you an idea where this thing is headed. Wow, man, these storms are really clocking in terms of forward speed. 42 mile per hour forward speed. That hail core that is just off to the west of Lakeville will be in Orchard Garden in 4 minutes and MSP Airport in the next 22 minutes. Indicative of when this happens, when storms roll across the metro complex, we end up with what's called an airport weather warning, where flights will start to get delayed. Anything trying to land will get waved off or maybe made to circle here for the next 20 minutes, because when you're talking about winds at 60 miles per hour, blinding rain and large hail, not optimum to operating an airport in those conditions. Not optimum for anybody right now across the metro to think, I'm going to go for a bike ride, I'm going to go for a run. Hey kids, you want to go for a walk? All of that is off the schedule. If you'll allow me to help you plan your schedule here for the next hour and a half in the metro, all of that is done. It is time to put your personal storm plan into effect. Figure out where your husband is, where your wife is, where your kids are, and make sure they know the storms are coming. The greatest thing you can do for anybody in storm coverage is pick up your phone and go, hey, I'm watching Ian on Fox or on Fox 9 all day. And he says, there's this big storms coming over the metro. I think you should, and they go, okay, thank you so much. And it was that simple to keep somebody ahead of the storm, because obviously we're not going to reach everyone here today, but our effort is to keep you and your family ahead of the storm. Let's move in here and move along this line here. So let me take that off and give you a much better idea of these storms. One of the things we're able to do is to slice through the storm and then try and find the highest spot, or as the storms develop. So right now these storms are only topping out at around 30,000 feet close to the metro. I think the most imposing thing that you will see, if you're in downtown Minneapolis and you're looking to the south, if you're in downtown St. Paul, you're looking to the south, if you're in Bloomington, looking off to the south and to the southwest, you're going to say to yourself, man, look at the clouds. Look how low they are. Look how dark they are. That is this line of storms. It is slowly evolving and moving very quickly off to the northeast at 30 to 40 miles per hour. Quick recap. The large red box, that is a tornado watch that is in place until 8 p.m. and it does include the Twin Cities metro. We've had reports of 2 very small tornadoes touch down in and around Benson and parts of it's Benson, isn't it, that we're talking about? Okay. In and around Benson, 1:15 and again at around 1:45. That is the only tornado warning on the map right now. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. Instead, it is all about this large, severe thunderstorm warning that exists from the metro, stretching all the way to just northwest of Rochester. This has actually been extended now twice. And you notice it is extended here in its aerial coverage all the way along the Mississippi River. There's the split for I-35 right there. So as the storms are working now across the South Metro, you're going to see traffic slow down. Inevitably, you'll see people pull in and stop under underpasses. You can't stop them from doing it. It is not the best case scenario because other people are rolling along the road. They don't know that you're stopped there. You can't hear me anyway because you're in the car, but that's fine. You know what I'm talking about. There's the hail core that I want to track here just off to the east of Northfield. That hail core is going to split the difference between Dakota and Goodhue County into Cannon Falls here in 11 minutes, into Ravenna in the next 30 minutes. So there's still plenty of going on here, even as these storms start to approach the Mississippi River Valley. West Metro, you're getting rocked right now, especially over the lake. But there are no severe thunderstorm warnings from Lake Minnetonka all the way along Highway 12 toward Delano and up toward parts of Wright County just south of I-94, including Annandale. These are rocking storms. They are not severe thunderstorms. Where we've had severe thunderstorms and 2 reported tornadoes touch down in and around parts of Benson. So there's Benson. Notice how free and clear these storms are, and I keep talking about how fast they're moving. So the Doppler indicated tornado box is expiring. In other words, it is shrinking away from where we had reported tornado touchdowns in Benson at 1:15 and again around 2:45 or 1:45 or 1:50 this afternoon. But there's that line. It is ragtag at best. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I just got a text message from Amy Hawker. She says her grandma is in Morris, just west of Benson, and she says the skies are clear now. Phew.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we were just talking about. You just start to look there. So the tornado warning for Scott, we talked about that. That has been allowed to expire. The reports of the tornado and the debris at 1:38 and 1:40. So there was about a half an hour split in Benson between a tornado touchdown and a second tornado touchdown, 1:15 into 1:40. 2 tornado touchdowns reported. The first one on camera, the second one with debris reported. And of course, we'll figure out what happened as the storms clear. But like you just heard from Amy, she's like, oh no, it's all clear there. And that's right here. That's all clear now. Even Wilmer is pretty much all clear as this line continues to head further to the north. Well, this line here is tracking off to the east-northeast, and it is rolling. Not everybody in the metro is going to get a stronger severe storm. You're saying, well, why do you need to say that? Because people get online and they say, well, we didn't get anything. To which I would say, well, don't wish ever for a strong or severe storm. But more importantly, this is a large area with 3 to 4 million people. And right now it is areas here from, say, downtown St. Paul, stretching back toward Eden Prairie, and then everything shooting off to the southeast along the Mississippi River Valley for an eastern northeastern extent, and then from Lakeville down toward Rochester for the southwestern extent. These storms are moving off to the northeast at around 40 miles per hour. Some reports as high as 55 miles per hour. And again, important to say, that's not the winds in the storm. That's how fast the storms are moving. So this is one of those things where you're like, oh, I know there's storms on the map. We'll be fine for another 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, it's whoosh, wham, bang. And all of a sudden, those storms are on you. Think about a car going 40 or 50 miles per hour. These storms are moving that fast, and they are moving all the way to the north and to the northeast. So bear with me here. This is the South Metro. There's Lakeville. So you come all the way up here. This will be almost Edina. So we'll come from Edina all the way down to Zumbrota. Now we'll move this line out at nearly 40 miles per hour off to the north and to the northeast. Puts it in downtown St. Paul in 22 minutes. Burnsville, now. Your personal storm plan into effect. It is happening now for Burnsville. Cannon Falls, once you start talking about Goodhue County, in the next 3 minutes as this line continues to advance here off to the northeast, running between 40 and 50 miles per hour forward speed. You see lightning tracker pinging away in the background, and that flashing gold and yellow box, that's the severe thunderstorm warning for Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, and Washington. If you are in the metro, it is time for you to put your personal storm plan into effect. Figure out where the kids are. Figure out where the dog is. As a dog owner, dog lover, God forbid the day you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot the dog outside. All of these things beginning to come together now as this strong storm works across the metro and then off to the southeast, working northeast at nearly 40 miles per hour. Downtown St. Paul, you're under the weather gun, albeit at the northern extent of this storm, but you are there as we work here through the next 22 minutes. Cannon Falls in 3 minutes. Burnsville, it is on top of you right now. There's the big picture. Tornado watch here until 8 p.m. tonight. The one thing I want you to notice is as that line comes through the metro, we would expect that line to stay intact. Now, passing through the metro in the next hour. Then you get west central Wisconsin and north central Wisconsin under the weather gun. Jennifer, what do you got?
Yeah, just if we could, is there any way we could switch over to my computer really quick?
I don't know if we have that capacity at this point in the day. What do you got?
Can you push the, maybe if you push the button, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I'm looking at velocity right now, and there we go. Okay, so there's a lot of shear in our environment at the moment, and it's not looking like strong rotation, but just something to point out over towards Bloomington as well as Burnsville. There's a little bit right here where that green and that red line meet each other.
Yeah.
And then there's also another little spot of potential rotation further down towards just to the south of it in between Lakeville as well as Empire.
Yeah.
So just two spots that we're keeping an eye on because this line of thunderstorms, it just severe thunderstorms right now, but it is moving into an environment that's rather favorable for wind shear, which creates rotation and the potential for those little tornado spin-ups.
Can you do me a favor? Can you go just north of the Burnsville split?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're talking. So Bloomington down to Burnsville. This is what, you know, when you hear meteorologists talk about this, broad scale rotation. Right here between Bloomington and Burnsville, this is one of those storms, Jennifer, that you look up and you're like, is the entire sky slowly rotating, or is it just, it's like being in a movie theater and saying, are the lights going down? So that's what you're going to find here between Bloomington and Burnsville, along and just off to the west of I-35. Some real broad rotation, and it's not fast. And I'm not talking about tornadoes. I'm talking about maybe a large wall cloud. Everything's slowly moving, and that's what Jennifer's talking about, is that the amount of shear, that's winds at different speed and different directions in the atmosphere. Well, think about how you make a top spin by turning it very violently or very quickly in one direction. That's what the atmosphere is able to do. You got shear this way, shear this way. Notice how suddenly you've got that rotation. That's very broad rotation. That's a great shot there, Jennifer. Thank you. Jennifer's pregnant, so I have to go off camera and push the button. It's okay. So there is that line, and it is really beginning to fill in terms of rain. Last night when we were on the air and we were talking about the forecast models, we were talking about this line sort of working its way across the metro as a strong thunderstorm and then eventually becoming an even more intense line of storms, growing in length here, northwest to southeast, growing in extent here, more rain, more thunderstorm, violent activity, and then tracking here. So I mentioned this earlier. There's the Mississippi down toward Red Wing. River Falls, Stillwater stretching all the way back to Durand and Buffalo and Pepin, even Wabasha. You are all in the track of this storm, all in the path of this storm, even as we're still talking about what's happening here in the Twin Cities metro. Now, and I always find this really impressive when you look at a storm, how it can kind of forget some areas and find others. There it is, a severe thunderstorm warning for Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, and Washington County. What are you talking about? about, Ian, people are saying, well, look, here's the North Metro. So you come out, you're on 35. And then you come here 694 to 169 and 100. I mean, there's nothing here yet. Then you come up 94 up towards St. Michael. These are sporadic, very quick thunder and lightning, and they're gone. Look, Mound, Lake Minnetonka, you are almost out of the storm completely, and you are not in a warning. 494 West Metro, you are not in a warning. The warning extends here. This little piece of Eden Prairie extends up towards, say, Forest Lake, just shy of it, and then off to the southeast. Woodbury's in the warning. Bloomington, I'll tell you right now, if you're looking out the windows in Bloomington, you're probably thinking, man, this is a ferocious storm. This is a big storm. It's a strong storm. It's all those things. Trees have fully leaved here in the last week and a half to 2 weeks. 3 or 4 weeks ago, we didn't have to worry about your trees being big sails with very strong winds. Well, that's what we can worry about here, down toward the south central metro, down 35 all the way to Bloomington. Burnsville, you're almost out of this as well as we start to move ourselves away. So there is still plenty going on. And Jennifer, as we work through the next hour, you start to look out to the west where we had those very strong storms. That is all finished. The tornado warnings, Doppler indicated tornado warnings, all out to the west have been allowed to expire. In Benson, we had a tornado touchdown at 1:15. We had a second tornado touchdown at 1:38. We have reports of debris. We don't know the damage at this point. If you're in Benson, look, it's all clear and safe right now. I'd love to see a picture. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I was just going to say tornado warning expired for Pope, Swift, and Stevens.
What do you got?
Oh, just saying that the tornado warning for Pope, Swift, and Stevens has expired. But also, yeah, I'm just keeping a close eye on that rotation near Bloomington.
So, yeah, Jennifer is talking about, and she's been watching the rotation, what we call the shear in the storm. Any amount of shear is going to help that storm produce some kind of spin, some kind of a tornado. The Doppler indicated tornado warning that was out until 1:45 for Scott County. That came and went very quick. We will see more of that this evening as these storms continue to advance here off to the north and to the northeast. The one thing I don't want to forget as these storms intensify, coming through parts of Goodhue County, coming through parts of Dakota County, is here in the metro. Because I'll tell you, if you are in the South Metro right now, and I talked about this earlier, see these, now those are lightning strikes, that's lightning tracker. But when you start to see these little vivid white purple areas picking up here, and this one just off to the south and east of Lakeville, that is some real big vertically integrated liquid. It doesn't mean that there are raindrops this big. It means the raindrops appear big on Doppler, and more than likely it is some very large hail. I think it was Amber who just got in. Okay, Amber, thank you, Amber, one of our marvelous producers. Do you have it behind me? Hang on just a minute. I'm going to move one thing right here. PCR2. I don't have PCR2. I can't. Sorry. I'm having a conversation with other people who are off camera. Amber's done a fantastic job. We have different sources, right? We have Fox 9 All Day, which is our streaming program, which is phenomenal. That's Amber and Amy. Amber's been able to source a picture. I don't have the ability to push all the various buttons here to be able to show you the picture, but I will in a very short measure of time. Amber, I'll say this, everyone else can hear too. Amber's amazing, thank you. We'll get to the picture. Let's get back to what I was talking about, the vertically integrated liquid. See that right here? Right as you're coming up to close to near the airport, see where it went purple and white? That's when you start to say to yourself, well, wait a minute, that is some rather large raindrops. Oh, no, it's not. That is the likelihood of some large hail just to the north of the 35W split here, working toward 494. So everything here in the south and central south metro, it is time to put your personal storm plan into effect. There's an awful lot going on as these storms continue to intensify down toward parts of Goodhue County and Cannon Falls. Look, I've been talking for about 20 minutes. Goodhue County didn't have any storms 20 minutes ago. That's how fast these storms are moving forward here at 40+ miles per hour. Goodhue County is fully involved right now in the storms, and I'll tell you, in the next 20 minutes, these storms are going to be clear of Goodhue County. They're just touching the Mississippi River Valley right now, and they're about to push into parts of western Wisconsin. Western Wisconsin, this storm in the next half an hour is going to be fully vested in your locations. That would include Stillwater, River Falls, all along 94, and then stretching down the Mississippi River into Durand and Pepin and Buffalo. All of those locations, you'll be fully vested in these storms here about a half an hour from now. But for now, it remains a storm that is the Twin Cities, areas off to the south and to the southeast. Let me clear the gobbledygook we got on there for you. So the severe thunderstorm warning, a brand new one on the southern edge of the storm. There it is, Olmsted and Wabasha counties until 2:45. So that is well off to the south and to the southeast of that storm. And there's the line as it continues to slowly fizzle here in parts of the metro. Now, the one thing you'll notice, I'm going to zoom in, is that the metro is changing. So the severe thunderstorm warning that was from Eden Prairie, notice it is scooted. It'll be about 5-10 miles. It is scooted ever so slightly here where Lightning Tracker is. Downtown Minneapolis, you're right on the cusp of this warning. This is some very heavy rain, some hail, thunder, lightning, one of those days where you're like, wow, that's a good old cooking storm. Downtown St. Paul, the storm is pretty much on you. And then you come back here all along the Mississippi. So here's where you've got the Mississippi. I mean, I don't need to tell you, but I think to give you an idea geographically, there's the Mississippi River. Notice we're at the Mississippi River Valley already, where 20 to 30 minutes ago, the storms weren't even in Goodhue County. Rockin' storm here for downtown Minneapolis, all the way down to the airport, and then beginning to stretch off over toward St. Paul, down to the southeast as you look at areas like Woodbury, and then stretching down toward Hastings. Any of those locations, it is not safe to be outside. And I'll tell you, if you think I'll go outside with my phone and get a snappy picture, more than likely it is some very intense rain, thunder, and lightning, the kind that makes you say, oh, yeah, maybe I won't hang around too much outside. Jennifer, I know you've got the scope cooking. Have we been able to? I'm just going to pull it up on this computer. Well, so I don't want to talk too much or alarm people, but when we start to see this, so obviously the colors represent different things, with the green the inbound and the red the outbound. There is a degree, be it ever so big, a broad base of rotation right here when you start to look along 35W. This would be northern portions of Edina, and I'll tell you why I'm thinking that. Here, you look at this. See, we've got this nice little area here that is rain-free. A big area of rotation. So like I said earlier, you're going to look up the clouds and be like, is it just me, or is most of the sky ever so slowly, almost like a visual, like, oh wow, somebody made this with AI. It's a very slow, broad rotation, and that's exactly what we will have out there. Now, head back toward Eden Prairie. You're done with the rain. Chaska, Chanhassen, you're done with the rain. Half an hour ago, it was rocking. Now the rain is just south of downtown Minneapolis into downtown Minneapolis. And really, if you were to look at this, if you were to go, here's 94 and here's 494. That's the column right now of the strongest storms that are coming across Edina, St. Louis Park as well, all the way into downtown Minneapolis, and will begin to stretch all the way here into areas like the State Fairgrounds, into areas like Falcon Heights. All of those areas are under the weather gun. So there's St. Paul, Falcon Heights is right about here. So all of those areas are now under the weather gun, including areas squarely into parts of northeastern Goodhue County, along the Mississippi River Valley, between Farmington and Hastings. Notice Lightning Tracker pinging away. Yeah, it's a raucous, big storm working across the greater metro as we speak. As I say that, and I move the map here very slowly for you, it looks toward the North Metro, and you're like, wow, wait a minute. There's nada going in Blaine right now, and I'm glad that popped up. So I'd like to track the cell here that is pretty much in Edina. That's where we find the hail core, that blue diamond. Storm's still moving very quickly, forward speed of 40 miles per hour. So This is downtown Minneapolis. We call it the Twin Cities on the map here. Downtown Minneapolis, you're 9 minutes away from the hail core of this storm. Coon Rapids, you're 23 minutes away from the hail core of this storm. And what I was talking about earlier, where we find a degree of broad scale rotation, notice that you've got these big notches starting to form. Is this line, the line itself has a degree of rotation as it's working here out to the north and to the northeast. Amy Hawkert, how's it going? Amy's just walking through, making sure everyone's got what we need. And because that is really what we talk about. We have a brand new Doppler indicated tornado warning, and it is here well off to the north. So let me take you down to what we're talking about. This is parts of Crow Wing County. It does involve the city of Brainerd. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It's this wild looking polygon here. Who's pushing buttons? Don't push any more buttons. A wild looking polygon here as it works over top of Brainerd. My feeds all went black for a second there, so I couldn't see what we're looking at. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning in place for Crow Wing County until 3 p.m. Just to the north of Platte Lake is the center of that storm. So if you are in Brainerd, I need you to put your personal storm plan into effect. Now, I want you to remember that about 10 minutes ago, I was talking about broad scale rotation in and around the metro. And I started pointing down to areas like Bloomington and Edina. Well, this is a brand new tornado warning that is out for the Twin Cities Metro. This is really important for the Twin Cities Metro. So if you are in downtown Minneapolis, I want to stretch this from Edina into St. Louis Park. If you're in downtown Minneapolis, North Minneapolis, stretching all the way across 694, this area right there is a new tornado warning. It includes downtown Minneapolis. If you can hear my voice, I want you to do two things. First thing I want you to do is turn your television up as loud as it will go. Second thing, I want you to figure out where people are in your home or you're an apartment, and I want you to find your safe spot. If it's an apartment, it is away from the windows. It is an interior hallway of the lowest portion of that building. If it's in a house, it is away from windows, a windowless room into the interior of your home or your basement with the latest tornado warning that has been issued now for downtown Minneapolis. That includes portions here of Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey County. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning, and it is squarely over top of the Twin Cities Metro. And when you start to look at the degree of rotation that we find in this storm, and you're looking through, there is the rotation just to the south of downtown Minneapolis. Jared, do me a favor. Storm track on my current layer. Go off to the side of the computer and down into the right-hand side and turn off storm tracks for me. I want to get rid of the storm cone right here. Thank you. There's the rotation, and that rotation is squarely, wow, I mean, this is a very strong rotation here over downtown Minneapolis. Again, personal storm plan into effect. Listen to my voice. Get away from windows. Get away from anything that lets you see the outdoors. Skylights, anything like that. Off balconies, in an apartment, into the innermost hallway on the lowest level of your apartment complex. Innermost, and sometimes those are stairwells. They're surrounded by cinder block and concrete. Good places to be. Rotation, strong rotation over top of downtown Minneapolis as we speak. That's the tornado warning. It's a portion of Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey County. But at this moment in time, the strongest portion of the storm is here, right over top of downtown Minneapolis. So I'm going to move that and take it off. This is street level mapping, so you start to look at this. You've got lightning. Jared, do me a favor. Click lightning off on my layer for me. I want to make this as clean and clear as possible. See that bright white? I was talking about vertically integrated liquid, big raindrops. That's some big hail. So let's scope the interior of this storm and talk about how it sets up. So as we look around here, we are looking for inbound and outbound velocities on the storm. They're depicted in different colors, broad-based colors in red and green. So where we look for red and green super close together, that's where we're able to find the rotation. in this storm, and right now it is just pushing into parts of North Minneapolis. So here, let's give you an idea. Uptown, obviously, as you look toward downtown Minneapolis, there's 94 North. There is 35W as it kind of scoots off. 94 North, if you are either side of 94 North and you are north of 394, this is your storm right now. This is where I want you to be really mindful of what's happening outside, but not worry about what's happening outside. Listen to my voice. Get into an interior room, get away from windows, and don't try and take any pictures. Quite frankly, we don't need the pictures. We have a live look. Is that what you have at 94 on Broadway? I've got it up here. Amber's talking to me in my ear. Amber, I love having you in the booth. Thank you. So you look up there in the corner of the screen, blinding rain. The one thing you end up seeing is you're saying to yourself, it doesn't look that dark, but you get this sort of iridescent light. And that's exactly what you're seeing there. That's the light kind of refracting around all these particles that are in the atmosphere. But it is all about what is happening right now in downtown Minneapolis and areas just off to the north. So strongest portion of rotation, this is what I'm using here is a scope. This is what we call Doppler velocity. So I don't want anybody to think, what are you doing? So there's 94, and that is exactly what I was talking about. 94, there's 94 stretching all the way off to the north. There's downtown Minneapolis proper. Go, you want to push a button?
Yeah, push a button.
Yeah, Jennifer's up. She's up out of a chair. Wow. Okay, so this is live.
And there have been several reports of rotating wall clouds in downtown.
So remember earlier I was talking about those clouds that come toward you and they're ominous, and then at some point you decide to look up and you're like, is it just me? Is the entire sky rotating? It is rotating. You're absolutely correct. I've been talking about this for 20 minutes. It is also lowering. So you've got these lowered clouds right here. One big broad scale rotation. Oh, and by the way, there's Capella Tower, there's US Bank Stadium. So you get an idea here. You're actually looking off to the east-northeast of downtown Minneapolis proper. So if you are in downtown Minneapolis, north of that location or northeast, personal storm plan, my friends, it is time to stay sky aware. Can you switch me back to radar? That's awesome. Jennifer, just doing I mean, it's always so great when we can have all the members of the weather team here, members of the news team, efforting things outside these walls. So let me clear everything off the screen here and really start to focus. I'll tell you right now, downtown Minneapolis, this is a storm and a half for you. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. And as we roll forward here, for the next 30 minutes, it is areas from 35W, from 394, off to the north. Oh, what an awesome picture. Okay. We talk about the big clouds that are lowering. No, you can keep it there. Sorry, talking to Amber. No, Amber, that's perfect. If you look at that right there, 394 in Dunwoody, it has dropped, and that entire thing will be rotating right now. Jennifer, you got it as well? Okay, so when we talk about rain-wrapped events, I'm not saying there's a tornado, but when we talk about rain-wrapped, I say don't even bother going outside. There's the lowering of the clouds. This whole thing will be rotating right here. That is looking off to the north and west of downtown Minneapolis. There's the Lowry Avenue Bridge right there. See that little curve? So this is from the, I believe this is from the IDS Tower. There's the Lowry Avenue Bridge. That's the Mississippi River. As you look here, see all of this, that's rain that is coming down. If there is a tornado, it's probably in this area of the storm, what we call a rain-wrapped tornado. It is not rain-free. So there's two different views here. There's 394 west of Dunwoody. That is looking, that's coming like from St. Louis Park. And that picture up there, that's from St. Louis Park, and that is looking toward downtown Minneapolis. This is in downtown Minneapolis, IDS Tower, and you're looking off to the northwest. So we've sort of got the cameras looking back at each other. There's the rain. There's the lowering of the clouds. This entire complex is going to be spinning downtown Minneapolis, areas to the north of downtown Minneapolis. It is your personal storm plan. It is your personal storm plan that will keep you ahead of this storm. Stay away from windows. Get into a windowless interior room or the basement of a house. If you're in an apartment, get into the lowest interior hallway of your apartment complex, a lot of times that ends up being stairwells that are surrounded by cinder block and concrete and reinforced walls. Jennifer, throw me off that. Man, that's awesome. Throw me off that and get me back to radar. Jennifer, great stuff. Now, here is storm vision. As we work our way around this storm, I want you to notice one thing, that fully 15 minutes ago, I started talking about real broad rotation. I said I didn't want to worry anybody in downtown Minneapolis, but it was there. That rotation is still there. But notice Minneapolis downtown, or what we call the greater, the core of downtown. Notice the rain is almost gone. There's a look to the south. So uptown, you're out of the rain. 35W all the way south of downtown, you're out of the rain. So let's scoot you a little further to the north. I said North Minneapolis, and there we are now working into Columbia Heights. What you find right there. So look, as you're looking here off the screen at that picture, so that's 94. That's going east into downtown from areas like St. Louis Park. That's where everything kind of gets crazy as you get into the tunnel and Dunwoody. But as you're looking at the picture out here, notice that everything well off to the left-hand side here of the roadway, that's where the clouds are lowering. That's where it looks most ominous. That's exactly what you're looking at right here. That's the big time rain and vertically integrated liquid. That is where we would find the largest hail. Now I'm going to take you inside this storm and give you a look at Doppler velocity. Again, this is all a part of a Doppler indicated tornado warning. I'm going to scan the sky here looking for any degree of large scale or even small rotation. And at this point, it looks like we may have lost the biggest rotation in and around Columbia Heights. I think it's actually a little further north of that right now. And this is all part and parcel of how fast these storms are moving. I've been talking about that all afternoon. These storms have a forward speed upwards of 40, sometimes 50 plus miles per hour. Well, think about standing beside a highway and how fast it takes, how quick it takes for a car that's going 50 to go woof, and it's gone. That's how fast these storms are rolling across the greater metro. There's the Doppler scope. It is on right now. And as we look around, I'm not seeing a lot of big time rotation, but there is still some very broad rotation through this entire cell. Take it off and let's zoom out. I don't want to get too lost in what is going on here just in particular locations. I definitely want to make sure that we're making everybody aware. So there's the tornado warning that is still in place. Notice it is no longer downtown Minneapolis. I'll draw it out for you so you get a better idea. It is in place until 2:45. Important to set your mind at ease. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. There it is, the extent here. So it's north of downtown Minneapolis. It works here just north of 35W and into areas like Coon Rapids. So that's the Doppler indicated tornado warning. It is in place until 2:45. It is a thin area of Anoka, a thin area of Hennepin, and a thin area of Ramsey County. I will tell you that if we have somebody on the MnDOT cameras, I'd love to see that swing a little bit further off to the north and get off 94, but that's one of their cameras. If we have the ability with our IDS tower cameras for our folks in master control and what we call TOC. If they can hear my voice, I'd love to see our downtown cameras all swing due north so we can start looking at this storm as it's rolling away from downtown Minneapolis. Now, there's still plenty going on. There is that Doppler indicated tornado warning. Downtown Minneapolis, you're out of that storm, but areas like Coon Rapids and 694 corridor, you are still there. As I move Doppler around, you'll see that severe thunderstorm warning has moved incredibly. I kept talking about how it would hit the Mississippi and just continue to accelerate. There's the Mississippi River down into Hastings. So Oakdale, Woodbury, you're still in this severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. But as I move to the south, we're following the Mississippi River here all the way to the south. There's Red Wing and Lake City. So that is all still part of the severe thunderstorm warning. I don't want to forget the people who are in west central and southwestern Wisconsin. This is about to become your storm, but with Minneapolis, it is still a Doppler indicated tornado warning. Jennifer McDermott in the Weather Center, what do you got?
So I'm just keeping an eye on that tornado warning that is now north of downtown Minneapolis. And the rotation does look like it's been broadened a bit, which is good news. But seeing a little bit of rotation right now in between areas like Shoreview and Fridley. And this rotation is moving up towards Blaine and also towards Mounds View, moving away from Columbia Heights. So areas in that part of town, near Shoreview, Mounds View, New Brighton, Fridley.
Oh, good, we changed that.
That's where you're definitely going to have to be seeking shelter right now.
So that's Columbia Heights, right where I drew that line. And you're talking about areas north of that line.
Yeah.
Some of the best technical directors around. If you look at the picture here on the corner of the screen, that is, that little tiny bit of building in the bottom corner, that's the Wells Fargo Tower. This is from the top of the IDS Tower. You're looking almost due north. We talk about those big clouds that have lowered and darkened. There is a large scale rotation. The entire thing is rotating. It's one big mesocyclone. It is rotating. It is scary. It is awful to look at, but it is also part of what we call a Doppler indicated tornado warning. In other words, it is rotating. We don't have any reports of a tornado, or B, a tornado in contact with the ground. We have not had any reports of funnel clouds. What we do have is a massive, strong rotating storm right over top of the north and north central metro. Everywhere I've got outlined here, that is the current Doppler indicated tornado warning that is in place until 2:45. So we're fully about 5 minutes away. That is a rockin' storm. Columbia Heights, notice how quickly that jumped away from where you were. I want to zoom in on this storm. And Jennifer, what do you, wow, okay. Okay, so thanks, Amber. That is live video from MnDOT near Blaine and Coon Rapids, right up. Most folks know where Northtown Mall is. That's exactly where you're looking. So that is the blinding rain. Look at the camera shaking. We're talking winds in excess of 50 or 60 miles per hour. The rain, the thunder, the lightning, the hail. Oh my, it is all right there. And that, see that large bright area? That's exactly where we're looking with the camera in the corner of the screen, all a part of this Doppler indicated tornado warning. So look, if you're in Plymouth, if you're in Maple Grove, you're like, wow, that rocked for about 10 minutes and it is gone. Same with Eden Prairie, Edina, St. Louis Park, Burnsville, Bloomington, rocked for 10, 15, 20 minutes. It is all gone. Now it is here. The core of this storm is just over top of 694 and about to replace the tornado warning. Let me zoom out here. About to replace the tornado warning because that expires in 4 minutes. To replace the tornado warning, there is now a rather large severe thunderstorm warning, and you see that flashing here in black and gold. There's the latest data, the latest or newest severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Anoka, my mouth's tired, Chisago, Ramsey, and Sherburne counties as that strong storm that prompted the Doppler indicated tornado warning, as that continues to almost here encapsulate. It was much broader when it was in South Minneapolis. It's kind of encapsulating here, but this storm is moving away from what we would call more of a discrete cell, more of like a thunderstorm that was kind of off on its own, like the bully of the block, sort of flexing and spinning. Now it looks like it's starting to come here as a part of the line, albeit the northwestern portion of the line. But once we start to organize storms linear, instead of having a pulling guard in football and it's a big guy out in the open field doing some damage, instead this is like bringing all the offensive line together and holding them in place. Still possible damage, but it is just one line rather than one rogue person well out in the field. Look at that storm. I mean, that's up near Blaine, up near Northtown Mall. That's some great visuals. I will tell you, looking at the wind, we're talking 60 plus mile per hour winds. I don't have any hail reports right now. I know, Jennifer, you can look for damage reports for me for the next 30 seconds. That would be handy. And I know Kelsey Carlson has joined us here in the Fox 9 studios. Kelsey, are you set up and ready to go?
I am,
okay.
Actually. Yeah, so Amber's telling me we have this video from Benson, and I'm actually communicating with the Swift County Sheriff.
Okay, let's go to it quick because I don't want to forget what's going on in the metro.
So this is just a look at what they saw in Benson, what, about 30, 40 minutes ago?
Well, the first one was 1:15. The second one was 1:38.
Okay, and then I'm actually...
So an hour ago.
I'm talking with the sheriff out there right now to get some damage reports. So
Okay.
hopefully I'll have some information for you. But I know you're still tracking the storm across Minneapolis.
This is really interesting when I look at this. And here's something I'm going to split hairs for you. That's a funnel cloud with the trees here in the foreground. We can't see that this violently rotating column of air, a tornado, is in contact with the ground. Without it being in contact with the ground, it's not a tornado. We'll look for the debris. We'll look for the damage reports. Tammy from Benson. Rockstar, thank you for sending that in. And if you've got pictures and it's safe to do so, we'd love to see them. Now look, oh, no, we went back. Now bring me back to the split screen behind me, please, which is, thank you. So this is live radar on Storm Vision, the latest severe thunderstorm warning. See it flashing in gold and black right here. Downtown Minneapolis, out of it. Areas here south of downtown Minneapolis, west and southwest, out of it. But it is here areas north of downtown Minneapolis, stretching all the way back down into St. Paul, over toward areas like Forest Lake, and then scooting off toward River Falls, down toward Woodbury. This storm is still entirely yours. You think about Northtown Mall and where it is in the metro, that is video up toward Blaine, the National Sports Center. Plenty going on in that neighborhood, plenty of traffic on the road right now. You can imagine the traffic is slowing as it moves forward in time as the rains continue, and we talk winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. The latest severe thunderstorm warning again for Pierce, Ramsey, St. Croix, and Washington County. Remember how I said in about half an hour, Wisconsin, these storms are going to be yours, and that's exactly what we're seeing happen right now. These storms are slow, or at least that line continues to develop here slowly off to the south, but rapidly moving off to the north and to the northeast at 40 plus miles per hour. So right now we're right over top of the Mississippi River Valley. Zumbrota, suddenly you're out of the storms. It was that fast. Cannon City, Lakeville, you're out of the storms. It was that fast. We're over top of the Mississippi. These strong, severe thunderstorms with winds at 60 plus miles per hour right over top of the Mississippi River Valley. That brings Pierce, Ramsey, St. Croix, and Washington counties into a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place until 3:15. You slide back to the metro. The Doppler indicated tornado warning has been allowed to expire. I'm just going to move the map so you can see. That's downtown Minneapolis, downtown St. Paul. If you were to look at the base of this little box right here, you can basically say that's Falcon Heights, St. Paul area, and it expands out to the north from there. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. Winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Hail reports have been few and far between, although we've seen some tremendous hail signatures on radar for the past hour, hour and a half. I think that's going to continue as these storms move forward. We didn't have a lot of heating today. Our freezing level in the atmosphere is relatively low, which would point towards some rather large hail. If you look up to the video in the corner of the screen there, that will put you into some rather dark, ominous looking clouds. That's the severe thunderstorm. Where are you looking, you're saying to yourself? Okay, I heard you say it. We're actually looking here. That's where that camera's looking, off toward Blaine, the National Sports Center, and off towards areas like Northtown Mall. I mean, you've all done that. You've gone through that 694 interchange up there trying to find your way around. I've been lost a couple of times myself. Severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Parts of Anoka, Chisago, Ramsey, and Sherburne counties. That is in place until 3:30. Any new storm reports coming in yet, Jennifer? Put you on the spot.
Not seeing anything right now.
Okay.
Yep.
It's all right. Just putting you on the spot. That's what I do. The severe thunderstorm warning for Pepin, Pierce, St. Croix. All of these talk specifically about 60. Now, look, there are certain parameters that have to be made or measured for the Weather Service to issue severe thunderstorm warnings and higher. One of those is winds at 60 plus miles per hour. And that's the number I've been throwing out here for the last couple of hours on the air. It is that number, 60 plus mile per hour winds. These are some raucous storms. Notice when you head on up north toward Blaine, how quickly things are beginning to clear. Tough to see the roads, tough to see the traffic. The clouds were super low. Now all of a sudden you're popping into some sunshine, and in about 10 minutes, It will be crystal clear in that location as these storms from where they are now continue to ride off to the north. North Branch, you've got a decent looking storm on you. And I say decent because there's something I want to pick up on, and it's what I picked up on when we were talking about downtown Minneapolis. Before the tornado warning, I said, I'm not liking what I see here. I want you to look at North Branch. When you look at the precipitation layers of radar, they don't always give you a clear picture, but they can give you a really broad look. You know, it's like looking outside and saying, I think the sprinkler is missing that part of my lawn because it doesn't look right. Well, as you look at this cell here that straddles 35, there's North Branch. See how it kind of gets this little teardrop here off to its southwestern side? If you were looking at this and saying, if there is rotation, where would you find it? You would find that rotation here. I'm not saying it's there. I'm saying that's where you would find it. That has the same earmarks of what we were looking at just south of downtown Minneapolis. I said, this is where it is. And then all of a sudden, boom, the tornado warning comes out. Lino Lakes, again, off to the north of the metro. Amber, doing an amazing job for us there in the control room, finding the weather cameras. Hang tight, Jennifer. There's the camera right there. North, it's 35W north of County Road 23. So that's Lino Lakes. Traffic's moving good. Jennifer, go ahead.
There's a new tornado warning for Wadena until 3:30, and it's radar indicated.
So it's another one of those days. And we've talked about this, how these Doppler indicated tornado warnings are going to continue. Let me take you up there. Wow, there's a lot going on. So you've got a special weather statement right here, which means these are strong but not severe storms. And off towards Fergus Falls, that's what we're talking about here with Jennifer. That's where we're going to find the latest Doppler indicated tornado warning. Slide the map, and of course, you know here, you're looking at, there's 94 stretching all the way to Detroit Lakes up towards Fergus Falls. Then you've got this secondary tornado warning right here that is just off to the north and west of Brainerd. Okay, so there's Fergus Falls. Thanks, Amber. Not a lot of traffic. And that's 94. Wow, not a lot of traffic. I think folks just said, I'm not going out. Not when it looks like this outside with these large rotating, dropping clouds. There's the latest tornado warning that Jennifer was just talking about. So you'll notice here that it is nowhere near Wadena, where we had that massive tornado all those years ago. You look here into Monaga, North Germany, McKinley, Poplar, north of Staples. But look, and people say, well, Staples, that's kind of lake country, kind of not. Look, we're squarely in lake country right here. So folks up at their cabins, your personal storm plan, Doppler indicated tornado warning right there as we move forward in time and the storms continue to roll off to the north. Back to the metro. Most of the metro, or at least the loop, and you know, I always go back to the loop, the 694, 494 loop. Most of the loop is almost out of this storm except for areas here off to the north and northeast of the metro. So areas like White Bear Lake, areas like Forest Lake, areas like Coon Rapids, you are still in these storms. And Forest Lake, White Bear Lake, boy, this is a big storm for you. Amber, I will tell you, if you can find me something here in toward Forest Lake and White Bear Lake, I bet those would be some really great MnDOT cameras. There's the strongest portion of the storm, the White Bear Lake, stretching all the way back towards Cottage Grove. St. Paul, you're out of it. I mean, as quickly as it came, St. Paul, you can breathe a sigh of relief and go, wow, that was a rocking storm that came through. And again, if you have any pictures, we'd love to see them. You can send them on my email, ian.leonard@fox.com. You'll probably send other things, and that's fine. Go ahead, Kelsey.
If you can answer this with any specifics, but I'm just curious, as this is moving east now, timeline-wise, what would you tell people who are just over the border in Wisconsin and beyond to look out for and be thinking right now?
That is a great question. Watch what I can do.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is give you an idea as this line moves forward in time. This is a broad-based look, and as I say that, I'm looking here off to the northwest of Red Wing. See the gold box? We call that a mesocyclone signature. In other words, Doppler, through its 5 scans, has found a degree of rotation. That's all it means. Found some rotation in the storm. And as this storm moves forward, here's what Kelsey was just asking. Where's it all going? So here's the core of that storm. They're all moving off to the northeast at around 40 miles per hour. I'll get to you in 2 seconds. So you start to look here into Red Wing in the next minute. into Oak Grove in the next 4 minutes, and into Roberts. So, now we're talking about parts of Wisconsin, into Roberts in the next 29 minutes. Kelsey, I hope that gives you an idea, because, as these storms continue to move off to the northeast, they're not lessening in terms of their severity. They're exactly the way they've been. Large hail, blinding rain, thunder, lightning, possibility of spin-up small tornadoes, and winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. I know we've got a new camera that we're scoping. That must be White Bear Lake, by the way it's moving. Okay, that's the VFW in White Bear Lake, to give you an idea of where that is. Jennifer McDermott, what do you got?
Yeah, so we have a new tornado warning, and it's a confirmed tornado warning for Stearns and Todd County until 3:15 p.m. A confirmed tornado was located 7 miles south of Melrose, or 29 miles west of St. Cloud. And this tornado warning storm is moving north at 45 miles an hour. There is a confirmed tornado from a weather spotter, confirmed tornado 2 miles northeast of Spring Hill around 2:47.
Okay, so that's exactly where this is on that line. And you're talking about near Paynesville. It is now north of Paynesville. We know that it is thanks, Jennifer. We know that it's a confirmed tornado because it is flashing pink. Jennifer, give me the co-location of the tornado again.
The location right now, 2 miles northeast of Spring Hill, or you could say 7 miles south of Melrose, and just 29 miles west of St. Cloud, and it's moving north.
Wow. Okay, so this is the storm she's talking about. I have to tell you, all day long, these little tornadic cells that are popping up. Look at White Bear Lake. Look at the wind coming across White Bear Lake in that video. That video, let's see, the VFW, so that's looking off to the west of the VFW. Look at the wind just raking across the lake. So White Bear Lake, you're squarely in this strong storm right now. Don't want to forget the Northeast Metro. There is the Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Stearns and Todd County. It is until 3:15, and it is 5 to 3 right now. Can I bug you for some water, Eric? Please, thank you. So that is fully in place until 3:15 for Stearns and Todd County. Now, the large white box you see in the background here, that's a special weather statement. In other words, it is not warning criteria, but it is still a strong storm. It's the lowest of what the Weather Service can say. This is a pretty big storm. We want you to look at it, but it's not severe, at least not yet. That's a special weather statement that stretches from Douglas, Pope, Stearns, and Todd County, stretching all the way here along 94, including areas like Sauk Center. What I want to do is track the cell that is at least available and trackable here in the Doppler indicated, oh no, this is an actual observed tornado warning, off to the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. There's nothing that pops up. It moves into Crane in the next 28 minutes. Notice Spring Hill. Give you an idea of the geography that we see right here, and there's Sauk Center. So this is I-94 as it bends all the way back down to Avon. Now we're north of Cold Spring and stretching back all the way into St. Cloud. So this is all the way off to the west and soon to be northwest of St. Cloud. I want to zoom out. In days like this, and Jennifer and I have been there many times before. Days like this, it is all about making sure that you're kind of, it's like when you're walking somewhere at night and you're just focused, but you have to make sure that every once in a while you're taking a turn and looking around. Well, we can do that with Doppler. So there's the tornado warning storm, which is Stearns and Todd County. A little thin slice here off to the west of St. Cloud, now off to the north of Paynesville. That is in place until 3:15. When you start to look back at the metro and this line of strong storms, we have new tornado warnings along this line of strong storms. So let's go ahead and take you down to where they are. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. All along this line. So let me get a little deep in the weeds for you here when we talk about storms. Straight line wind storms like this, these straight line storms create enough spin along the front edge that will take wind rolls along the ground. It encounters something that can take it up, some shear and velocity, and create a spinning tube. That's how we create these little spin ups all along these lines of severe thunderstorms. And that's where we are right now. So we have a new Doppler indicated tornado warning that includes portions of Wabasha County. That is in place until 3:30. And there is another one slightly further north in this line. That includes areas here, just basically using the Mississippi River here as a border, stretching into ports of Wisconsin. That is a tornado warning for Pierce County until 3:15. So 2 new and distinct tornado warnings all along this line of storms that about half an hour ago was rocking parts of Goodhue County. Now it is along and off to the northeast of the Mississippi River. Look, if you were in west central Wisconsin, if you were in southwest Wisconsin, anywhere that borders the Mississippi or the St. Croix River valleys, these storms are about to be yours, and they are bad. They are strong, they are severe, and you need to be aware, be sky aware, and put your personal storm plan into effect as we move over the next 60 to 90 minutes. There is the big picture view. The large red boxes of tornado watches is in place until 8 p.m. The Doppler indicated storm here that is now an observed tornado on the ground is west of St. Cloud, north of Paynesville. That is in place until 3:15. That's a small pink box. The large gold boxes are all severe thunderstorm warnings for this line of storms here that is beginning to work off to the northeast. And when you start to think about what is happening with these 2 Doppler indicated tornado warnings, it is all Mississippi River and areas east. There's a live look at Red Wing in the background. The rain is furious, the thunder, the lightning, and some brutal twisting, rotating clouds. This is one of those times, I mentioned this earlier, when you get into a movie theater and when you were a kid, you'd, okay, hey, the lights, hey man, are the lights going down? I don't know. That's like when you look up at these clouds and you see them rotating, you're like, the whole sky has a degree of rotation. And that's what we've seen all day today. Metro, almost out of this storm for you as we sit right now. Let me slide the map. Notice you get this big severe thunderstorm warning that stretches all the way down to River Falls. That severe thunderstorm warning that is in place right now for Anoka, Chisago, Ramsey, and Washington. That's where you see the flashing. That's that particular severe thunderstorm warning. Downtown Minneapolis, you're probably looking around going, whew. Yeah, it was that quick and it is gone. The tornado warning that included Minneapolis has been allowed to expire. Right now, it is severe thunderstorm warnings north of the cities, ribboning back across the St. Croix and then down along the Mississippi River Valley. I'll move you down toward the first tornado warning. It is here, Pierce County until 3:15. You see the stack here of gold boxes. That's a degree of rotation that is happening as the Doppler unit scans the skies. We go 5 scans and then it resets. And somewhere in those scans, it's finding a degree of rotation. That's what brings along a Doppler indicated tornado warning for central Pierce County. Then a tornado warning here for parts of Wabasha County. Exact same effect. This line of severe thunderstorms, as it rolls, it's like a bulldozer kind of coming through the atmosphere, and it's rolling everything in front of it. We get the roll, we get the turn, we get the spin, and we end up with these spin-up tornadoes. 2 reports of tornadoes earlier today, 1:15 in Benson, 1:38 in Benson. We have video of at least one of those tornadoes. There's an awful lot going on. Jennifer, Kelsey, any new severe thunderstorm damage reports?
So I just saw a report from the Spring Hill tornado in Stearns County, and there's been reports of debris as trees. So a lot of tree debris in the Stearns County tornado warning.
Okay, so that's right here. You know what I'm going to shoot this with Doppler velocity and get a pretty good idea of what's going on, because this is such a small little area here. So look, we're off to the west of St. Cloud. We're off to the north of Paynesville. By the way, my buddy Rick in Paynesville, if you're there, I hope you heeded the warnings and you're all good. It's the only guy I know in Paynesville. But there is the storm. I'll take you one step closer and then we're going to scope this for the strongest portion of the storm. See it depicted here as a hail core signature. That little fan, that piece of pie you see sticking out, that's 10, 20, and 30 minutes to give you at least some timing so that you know if you are here between Gray Eagle and Elmdale, if you're in Millwood in the next 20 minutes, and then shooting the gap between Elmwood and Gray Eagle in the next 30 minutes. When you start to look inside this storm, and this is important because Jennifer said there are reports of debris. How does it look when we're inside the storm? So when we use Doppler velocity to look all the way in, it looks I'm looking for different colors here. See the red and the purple? That means the winds are all moving in one straight direction. And even as you move down here into the really serious portion of the storm, it's all the same. You know what I'm thinking, Jennifer? There might have been a little spin up here, but at this point, this is a fairly linear storm. Straight line winds, 60, 70 miles per hour, enough to bring some debris and possibly elevated in that storm.
Yeah, and it looks like they removed the pink polygon. So
Yeah.
it looks like it's just radar indicated at this point. But also something to note is that this tornado warning is rather far from a radar site. So when the radar beam is shooting into the atmosphere, it increases in height over distance. So it's really hard to get a good visual on velocity of the lower layers of storms that are that far from radar site. Therefore, it can be difficult to see radar rotation, and that's why we have the tornado warning, because it was confirmed. Somebody saw one.
Yeah, okay. You start to look here. There's a couple of things I want you to pay attention to as you're looking at the map. You could be looking at this on the Fox 9 weather app, exact same radar that we use here on the air. If you're looking at the Fox 9 weather app and you're getting a gander. So you look, these are all warned storms, severe thunderstorm warnings and Doppler indicated tornado warnings. Then you come back to that one lone Doppler indicated tornado warning. Actually, there's two, one here that is just north of Staples. The one thing I think you're going to look at is this doesn't look as imposing. Wrong perspective. Just because there aren't as many warnings along this line here that is moving more to the north, this line here that is moving more to the northeast, both equally as volatile, both equally as severe, both need you to stay sky aware if you're in those locations. So cabin country, working up towards Staples and Brainerd and Bemidji, back toward the metro along the Mississippi River Valley, and then into parts here of west and southwest Wisconsin. I mentioned this earlier. This is about to become your storm, and absolutely it is. Look, here's just off to the west of the metro. There's nothing. It's like the storm didn't happen because they're moving so fast. They are moving forward speed between 40 and 50 miles per hour. Here's a look at the North Metro. When you go to North Branch down toward Forest Lake, storm is on you. Back over to Andover, the storm is finished. Over toward Baldwin. So this entire area with these storms moving off to the north and to the northeast, don't want to forget you. These are strong storms. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is Anoka, Chisago, Ramsey, and Washington counties until 3:30. Now, slide you a little away from the North Metro, bring you here into the East Metro. Look, your New Richmond down toward River Falls. That's where we start to find some serious rotation. That's where we have this very small sliver of a tornado warning for Pierce County until 3:15. So 11 minutes from now. Then you slide further down the line. By the way, this entire line is in a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes, and embedded in it, tornado warnings. A new tornado warning here that is extending over Durand. Doppler indicated tornado warning. That's the most important part of any discussion we have when you hear that word tornado come out. Is the tornado on the ground? Is it visible? Is it confirmed? Or is it only in the world of Doppler radar where we find the rotation embedded in that storm? That's exactly what we're talking about. These are both Doppler indicated tornado warnings. Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce mentioned to you guys about 45 minutes ago. There it is, a tornado warning that is valid for you until 3:15. Now, where we were earlier today, Benson, 115 and 138. Two confirmed tornado touchdowns. It is still a very fast moving storm. So that was 140 this afternoon. Sorry, I just want to move this a little bit. That was 140 this afternoon. So when I slide the storms, look, get away from Benson. Man, we're 2.5 counties away, and that was fully an hour and 20 minutes ago. That's how fast these storms are continuing to move. There is what was an observed tornado. We don't have confirmation, but that is now a Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Stearns and Todd County until 3:15. When I say that, let me outline it for you so you have a much better idea. That is here. So you're just to the east of Sauk Center, and you work all the way down towards St. Martin and then back along just south of 94. That's the Doppler indicated tornado warning for Stearns and Todd counties until 3:15. 15. Oh, wow. Thanks, Amber. Amber just told me live cam in Stillwater. That's what we have up on the screen right now. Those are the storms that are crossing St. Croix River Valley, crossing Mississippi River Valley, all working into parts of Wisconsin that soon this will be a storm system. The northernmost extent here will work into cabin country, and then I would expect it to slowly, not quickly, slowly over the next couple of hours, begin to diminish in intensity and severity. These storms I would expect to stay just as severe as they work here into a very storm-rich environment off to the north and to the northeast. Metro, at least the loop, the 494, 694 loop, you're in the clear. Everywhere to the north, we've still got the thunderstorm activity. The severe thunderstorm activity continues. And I'll just slide you one time here. That's amazing video from Stillwater. Slide you one time. So over top of Baldwin, severe thunderstorm warning. Over top of Forest Lake, severe thunderstorm warning. Up toward Mora, you're not in the warning. You are the northernmost extent. But Mora, Cambridge, Moose River, all the way up to areas like Duluth, those will be your storms here in the next 60 minutes. And when I say those, I mean this thunderstorm complex. When I slide you further along the line, there's Stillwater. That's the video that we have up the Stillwater Bridge. I'm telling you, it is not an afternoon fit for man nor beast where these storms are. And they move so very quickly through. So Stillwater, yeah, man, things are rocking for you. Stillwater, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. There are a bunch, what a silly thing to say. There is a cluster here over top of River Falls, stretching across the Mississippi River and then pushing off across I-94, a cluster of strong storms that have brought along Doppler indicated tornado warnings until 3:30. St. Croix, welcome to the party. St. Croix County, you are now in a Doppler indicated tornado warning for the next 21 minutes. Further to the south, Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce counties in tornado warnings for the next 6 minutes. Like I said earlier, this is all about Doppler indicated tornado warnings and how fast are these storms moving. Kelsey, I'm going to get to you in 30 seconds. How fast are these storms moving? Here's the core of the storm. And as that storm moves off to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour, there you have it. So look, you've got the Stillwater Bridge up right now. Stillwater in the next 3 minutes. Kelsey Carlson's at the anchor desk. What you got?
So I was just looking back at the Benson tornado, if you have a moment to just talk about that, because it must have been such a wide open area. There are a number of, sorry, I didn't realize I was on camera. I'm sitting here looking at you, Ian. And there are so many videos that have been posted by people who were driving and saw that. It doesn't look like there's a lot of damage from what we can tell. The sheriff's office reporting some power lines down. This came through about 1:56 this afternoon. We have some video here. A number of people, I think a good number of people, because that's a flat, wide open area, were able to capture this afternoon as they were driving. And it looks like the area, according to the sheriff's office there, the Swift County Sheriff's Office, moved north of Benson near Danvers. And again, between 1:30 and 1:56 this afternoon. And then we're also just behind the scenes, anytime you want to call for it, Ian, we're watching cameras in St. Croix County on the Wisconsin side. Yeah. As this storm moves through, they've got some cameras that have some really wide shots of the storm, so you can see it from quite a distance.
Go ahead, Amber, pop it up. Not interrupting Kelsey, but Amber can pop that up. There you go. And that's what you were just talking about, Kelsey. And you know this area of Wisconsin really well. So, I mean, when you start to think about the highway traffic, that's this time, that's normal this time. But it is off to the top of the screen. See the deep, dark line of clouds. That's the lowering cloud. That's the big spinning mesocyclone. And it's ominous to say, it's kind of like I've heard chasers say this before. It was like Independence Day. You know, it'll feel like that as that thing slowly and ever so slowly. It's like it's like your eyes are playing tricks on you as you're looking up going, is it rotating? It's definitely getting darker, but is it moving? And the rotation is so very small, so very infinitesimal on such a grand scale that it's really tough to nail down. But thank you for that, Amber. That's amazing. So that's St. Croix County. I want to bring you back live here. Kelsey, thank you for the Benson stuff.
If you need any more cameras, just stop and take a breath and call us to get those ready for you, okay?
You know what? At some point, I'm going to need some pork chops. That's amazing.
I'm going to make an order right now. I got my phone.
Well, pork chops for everybody. Okay, there it is, storm vision. Now, look, I want you to look back here toward the metro. See, there's the 494, 694 loop. You are in the clear. You are all done for strong or severe weather. We'll talk about scattered showers overnight and into the day tomorrow. The Metro 494, 694 loop everywhere along 35 south and off to the west, clear. It is now storms that here ribbon along the Mississippi River Valley and off to the east, and then stretch all the way back to parts of Stearns County, all the way up into parts of Crow Wing County. There is still an awful lot going on. Let me clear the screen so we can give you a better picture. I think folks always love to almost gravitate. They see like a town name that's near them and like, whoa, what is happening? Well, let me tell you, the tornado warning there for St. Croix County, that's the Stillwater Bridge. Live video that is up in that particular corner. The River Falls storm is pretty much done. It is now areas here off to the east northeast of River Falls into St. Croix County. This storm has become highly convective. Now, why do you say that, Ian? I'll wait for you to say that and then I'll say, why do you say that, Ian? Because as you look down, lightning tracker is pinging away enormously here from Nelson to just areas off to the east of Red Wing. See all those little stripes and you see them flash? That's lightning tracker. We haven't had a storm that convective for the entire day today. These cells are riding into some real ripe energy and fuel to continue to fire up and stay very, very strong. We've got a new tornado warning now, Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Buffalo County until 3:30. Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce, you're almost finished with your Doppler indicated tornado warning. That expires at 3:15. So the latest here is down into Buffalo, and that is until 3:30. I'm telling you, all along this line, areas along the Mississippi and off to the northeast, southwest Wisconsin, west central Wisconsin. These are massive, severe storms rolling your way. There is the tornado watch in red. It does include the metro, but as I mentioned, metro has gone clear, and that's the way it will stay this evening. That is until 8 p.m. You've got these black outlined counties. Those are all Doppler indicated tornado warnings. So go with me. Let's take a little bit of a trip, if you will, a tour of those tornado warnings. And I'm sure you can understand it's hard to focus on just one when there are literally 5 in our viewing area as we speak. So a little grand tour, if you will. First of all, I want to take you here off south and east of the metro. So Plainview, Zumbro, all the way south. This is southeast of Goodhue County. There's the Mississippi River. This is the one I just talked about, was so convective in nature. Lightning tracker is pinging away at an enormous value here. The tornado warning for Buffalo County, it is very small. It's between Durand and Wabasha. It is very, very small, and these storms are tracking off to the north and northeast at nearly 50 miles per hour. The other tornado warning that is in place here, notice there's Menominee. That's done. Pepin and Pierce counties, that has now been extended. It's been shot forward here along I-94 to include Menominee. That is done. Pepin and Pierce extended and expanded the tornado warning, the Doppler indicated tornado warning, until 3:45. Amber, tell me again what camera that is.
We're looking at Forest Lake, Ian.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
I got
perfect.
you.
We're
Yeah,
looking
thank
at
you.
Forest Lake, and if you can't see it, I am watching hail ping off the camera there in the bottom right-hand corner. Little tiny pea-size hail, it looks like to me.
So can they hear Amber on the air, or is that just me?
You can hear me on the air. Nope, I'm on air.
Kelsey's, I got voices in my head.
Because I don't hear Amber right now.
I like having Amber, one of our amazing producers and hosts, in my head. She's saying what she's seeing there for folks who couldn't hear. I think there were some folks who could. Pea-size hail that is actually bouncing off the camera. That is Forest Lake right there, 35 northbound. So that is, you start to pick up, let me move this here for you. So you start to pick up Forest Lake. Oh boy, we're right there. Into North Branch, we're right there. So there's the strong storms. Still in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is also expanded and extended. This is now for Chisago, Isanti, Kanabec, and Washington counties until 3:30. So you get the feeling here. It's like every 15 minutes, everything rolls forward, both geographically and time-based. And it's been doing that since early this afternoon. Once a storm started, that's when we got on the air. Now, look, I'm going to tell you, there'll be people say, I was here to watch that program. And to which I would say, with tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and over 4 million people involved in those warnings, we'll get to those programs later, and I beg for you to just have some patience with us today. There it is, the severe thunderstorm warning for Chisago, Isanti, Kanabec, and Washington counties. Here we are. We're now north and east of the greater Twin Cities metro. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, so I'm seeing that we do have a report now of a barn and part of a house destroyed in the Benson tornado from earlier this afternoon. And thankfully, no reports of injuries, but unfortunately, some structure did get some damage.
Okay, so that's down here, off to the west of Wilmer. So we had 2 tornadoes observed, reported to touch down. One at 1:15, the other at 1:38. We've got some video now, as Jennifer just said. Thanks, Jennifer. Now, as Jennifer just said, we have reports of some damage. You know, I've said this for years, nobody ever wants a tornado. But if there is and this is a terrible thing to say, quotation marks, if there is a best case for a tornado, it's the middle of a field. And people can say, ooh and ah, and nothing bad happens. Obviously, there is some structural damage in and around some farms for Benson, so we'll get there as we get moving around here. So, Amber, you can just tell me in my ear what camera we've got up there. That would be awesome, please.
We are up by Wyoming, just north of Forest Lake, Ian.
Okay, thank you. So I can scoot you down there, just north of Forest Lake. Here's the interchange, 35W, 35E. There we are, and that's Forest Lake. That's the camera in Forest Lake. You get the idea. The heavy rain still continues. Like I said, though, Metro, 494, 694 loop, areas off to the west, areas off to the south, southwest, double stamp, no races. You are all clear. We're following the storms elsewhere now. Tornado warning still in place for parts of Wadena County. I will tell you, it has migrated here. It is pushed itself slightly further to the north. It is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. We have no reports of a touchdown and no reports of a funnel cloud in that particular storm here. I'll take you into it, give you a much better idea. There are so many people, who are up to the north, and maybe people are getting their cabins ready, taking a day off work for Memorial Day. You've got some time here. You got a week until we get there. But there is the tornado warning, Doppler indicated. McKinley stretching all the way down. It's north of Staples. It is on the very northern extent. See that red line? That's the northern extent of the original tornado watch that expires at 8 p.m. for the metro. You can just be done with that. Everywhere here off to the south of this tornado warning, Doppler indicated tornado warning for Wadena. See it all glowing in white right there? That is a special weather statement. That's a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. That's basically a, hey, we want you to pay attention to this line of storms from Eagle Valley through Long Prairie, now north of Sauk Center, all the way down to Millwood and Holding. That's the line of storms we want you to pay attention to. They're not quite at severe limits, but these are strong storms. You can still see winds here at 30 to 60 miles per hour. Wind, thunder, and lightning, all a part of that line of storms. And notice, once we get a little further to the south, Wright County, Hennepin County, Delano rocked 3 times today with some very strong storms. Delano, thank goodness, you've got some time to breathe. You are all finished. Where we've got our camera in Forest Lake, let me take you there on Doppler radar. It is still a part of this severe thunderstorm warning. You see it there flashing in gold and black. Chisago, Isanti, Kanabec, and Washington counties. There's Forest Lake. There's a live video right there from Forest Lake. This is all in place until 3:30, so for about another 9 minutes. But as has happened all day long, these are reaching severe parameters. Winds above 60 miles per hour. Large hail, and as happened all day long, the storms stay strong enough in a linear fashion that we advance them geographically in terms of warnings, and we extend the warning time as they advance. I would expect this to happen here as you move toward Grantsbury, and we start to slowly, ever so slowly, pull the strongest core of these storms, the portion of the storms, away from I-35. Now, that doesn't mean as you move down this line of storms, these aren't any more serious. Doppler indicated tornado warning here. Stretches from River Falls to New Richmond, just off to the west of Baldwin. Some decent little hooks and notches on that precip, but it is still a part of this line. And I mentioned this earlier. That, my friends, I mean, think about Lightning Tracker, all these storms we just looked at in the last 10 minutes. Look at Lightning Tracker here, right over top of Durand. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning until 3:35 for Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce. This is another one of those tornado warnings that has moved forward geographically and extended time-wise. The core of this storm is right there, at least the Doppler indicated core of the storm is just off to the south of Durand. That gold box, I mention this all the time about the Doppler, you know, how it takes 5 scans and then resets, and then we get to see it. But somewhere in those scans, when we get one of those gold boxes, that's a meso signature. It means there is a degree of rotation, so we can lock on to where Doppler locked on. That's how fast the storm is moving forward. And I've been marveling at these forward speeds all day. 40 to 50 plus mile per hour forward speeds, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. That's into Springbrook here in the next 24 minutes, into Rock Creek in the next 19 minutes. What does this little piece of pie mean when it's on the map? There's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes away from the core of that storm with the projected direction of the core of that storm. So there's the next 30 minutes, all a part of this tornado warning, a Doppler indicated tornado warning for Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce counties. There is so much to see on this map. It is so important that wherever you are, and I'll tell you right now, if you have and this isn't meant to be a plug or anything else. This is meant to be something that keeps you and your family sky aware and away from the storm. If you have the Fox 9 weather app, you'll get all the warnings, even the warnings that I'm giving you here on the air, as long as you have the phone set to follow me on the Fox 9 weather app settings. The phone, wherever it is, that's where you get the warning. So if you're up in cabin country, you get in your cabin country. If you're north of the metro, but you work in the metro. If you're working in the metro, but you live way up in Mora, not way up, but up in Mora, if you're in the metro, your phone would have pinged you and told you about the warning. And as you're driving home up to Mora, now it's pinging you here about the latest severe thunderstorm warnings. The warnings that were in place here for parts of Goodhue County, those are all gone. See here from the metro off to the south. This is all becoming one massive line of strong thunderstorms, and important to note that the strongest portion of this line of storms is here toward Eau Claire. So there's 94 as it bends back into the cities, and this cluster as it's crossing 35. Both of these will continue off to the east-northeast, running forward speed at around 40 miles per hour. This line here of rumbling thunderstorms that is all along 94 here to the north will push through cabin country. If you are in cabin country, if you are from, say, well, here's Mille Lacs. If you are Mille Lacs, and you're saying to yourself, well, what about me? If you're Mille Lacs, areas through Brainerd off toward Fergus Falls and then off to the north, these storms are still going to rock all evening long. Along this line here, that's a special weather statement there in the background. That's one step below a severe thunderstorm warning. These are strong storms, and because they're in a linear fashion here, you can look for winds approaching 60 miles per hour. The Wadena Doppler indicated tornado warning still seems to be sticking around. Jennifer? Do me a favor. Yep. Can you look at the data on the Wadena storm?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we don't have anything new. And then I'm going to zoom in here to the latest severe thunderstorm warnings when you start to look off to the north through parts of cabin country. And I don't get up there often, but when I do, man, there's some amazing spots. So here we are between Mora and Brainerd and Kimberly and Cross Lake and Little Falls. So that's the line of storms I was talking about. No severe thunderstorm warnings, but a special weather statement, a step below. This line is going to advance on the heels of these strong storms that are spotty at best, but they are equally as strong. So that line is going to come up toward Cross Lake, Brainerd, Little Falls, Wadena, and then stretching back over here to parts of Mille Lacs. There's Mille Lacs. When you come up 169, you know, anybody who does lake traffic on the weekend or whenever you're going up, you come up 169, you're like, hey, traffic wasn't that bad. Then you hit the south end of Mille Lacs and you got to get around. That's where things get bad. Well, that's where we've got some rather strong storms right now. Kelsey, you okay? I see you moving your hands. So
I am just, well, I'm kind of going through all these sheriff's offices right now, trying to see if they're able to give us some new information. We're trying to get the Swift County Sheriff on the line to talk about the Benson area and what they've seen today, and then communicating with some of the folks in the Wisconsin area.
it's like being at an auction. And I see this out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, ooh, somebody wants to bid.
I need a paddle over here.
So bidder number 1, Kelsey Carlson, you're good for now. Okay, so the St. Croix tornado warning that is in place for another 3 minutes. Slide you over, and there it is. It has been extended with a and this is what I've been talking about all day. As the storms move forward geographically, they are extending the warnings and extending the time of those warnings to follow them as they move. So we go from the tornado warning in St. Croix County, Doppler indicated tornado warning, nothing is touched down. We go from that to the new quadrant here just south of Amory, stretching from 94 toward Amory. That's a new tornado warning that is in place for Polk and St. Croix counties. Doppler indicated tornado warning in place for the next 32 minutes. So you see, once we get out of the St. Croix Doppler indicated tornado warning, now we're into the tornado warning for Polk and St. Croix. So it's going to be one of those nights, and these are the kind of nights you end up with linear storms. Geographically, the storms move, and so do the warnings, which are extended geographically and time-based as well as we roll forward in time. Look at that 94 picture when you talk about Maple Lake. So I know people our producers are looking for cameras. How about that? The juxtapose that to what Maple Lake and areas north of the metro had about an hour, about 90 minutes ago, and now it's like the storm's never happened. It's that type of a storm type of atmosphere and day. And you felt it when you were outside at some point today. You went outside, you're like, boy, there's no sunshine, but I can feel it. You feel it, you know, temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. You felt the humidity was up. I felt it this morning with Baxter. Certainly, yeah, go ahead, Kelsey.
Swift County Sheriff on the line, John Holtz. If you want to join us, Ian, to talk about what they saw in Benson around 2 o'clock today. Sheriff Holtz, thank you so much for joining us.
Not a problem. It's glad to be here.
And I don't hear you. I don't know if our viewers can hear you. You got him? Okay.
I got him. Yeah.
All right. Well, Sheriff Holtz, just tell us a little bit about what you saw or heard from others around 2 o'clock as this tornado approached Benson.
Yeah, we were notified by Chanhassen of the warnings, the tornado warnings coming in. Just a few minutes later, we were notified in our Swift County Dispatch by several notifications of tornado forming and tails dropping down. Ian,
since I don't have his audio,
I do. It's fine.
Feel free to chime in.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Okay, and once we started getting reports of tails dropping, we most of us were maneuvering into areas where we can see everything. At one point in time, I actually seen 3 tails, one on the east side of Benson, one on the west side of Benson, and then one that actually come right through the center of Benson. We did have several trees that were taken down. We also had a farm place just outside of Benson to the east where one window was broken out of the house, but then the shop was basically destroyed from what I'm hearing. I haven't seen that personally, but talking to my deputies, that's what we've had.
It's one thing to talk about tornadoes and severe damage. It's entirely another thing to witness it firsthand, Sheriff. And I think there are some of our viewers that might know but might not understand what an important role local and county-based law enforcement plays in the storm spotting portion of storm coverage. And that's exactly what you were talking about, seeing the 3 tails. You probably at some point have to radio that in, and it's to make your hair on your arms stick up a little bit, right?
Oh yeah, it's very exhilarating. And I was also on the radio, also touching base with Chanhassen Weather just to let them know what was going on.
Yeah, that's super important. You know, radar, as much as we try to make it three-dimensional, we have a tough time still to this day knowing if the rotation is in contact with the ground. That's where local law enforcement comes in. That's the way you can get a hold of Chanhassen. You can say, it is in contact with the ground. This tornado warning is valid. In terms of the touchdowns, we had reports of two very small tornado touchdowns, one at 115 and one at about 138. Can you concur?
Yeah, I would say it would be approximately that time. Then we also did have damage also east of here at south of Murdoch, Minnesota, where I believe that this would have been most likely straight line winds that actually took down 6 or more XL power poles, one of the higher, larger poles, which we also had implement that went through there that actually damaged or got damaged from the power lines. But the best part is at this time, we have not had any injuries reported to us.
Yeah, you're right. And I mentioned that earlier, Sheriff, when you talk about tornadoes or tornado damage, you know, you don't want to say any damage is good, but a tornado that happens in a field somewhere and doesn't touch down near anybody's farm or their shelters or anything else, it's a best case scenario. But in this particular case, you're talking about 2 different touchdowns in and around Benson with damage to power poles, the large power poles, as you mentioned there, and some farm damage as well. At what point will the damage get logged so that folks can have a gander at it?
Well, we're still in the process of responding to some of the areas. I was out at the one, just making sure for the safety of things. We had fire out all around our areas. So hopefully within the next, I would say, couple hours or less, we should be able to get some pictures uploaded and stuff like that.
Sheriff Holtz, I now can hear you. So I want to say, too, you and your team have been great about updating Facebook with the warnings and getting people a heads up earlier this afternoon. And then a lot of people in the community have responded to your Facebook posts as well as to what they've seen. And we have some of the video. So many people were able to witness this because of just the wide open landscape there in the Benson area. And this is just one video we got from Kayla Dahl. But I saw a number of people post on Facebook that they could see this at a distance. But again, you know, it's great that you're able to communicate with people in the county this way, and that you really stay on that site so people have questions, they can ask them. And we want to come back to Ian now with some new information.
Yeah, and first of all, I want to say, Sheriff, to you and your crew and to the men and women of law enforcement in Minnesota everywhere, the way we track storms, the way we report storms, the way we keep people safe, it wouldn't be possible without the men and women of law enforcement in Minnesota. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you to you, and I know you'll keep us abreast of everything that is happening now and future in Swift County. I'm going to release you though, Sheriff. I want to get back to our live storm coverage. Thank you so much for joining us, Sheriff John Holtz from Swift County. Some awesome information. Here's what I want to get at right now. This is a new tornado warning for Polk and St. Croix, and this is a confirmed tornado. You know, we talk about the difference between tornado warnings and confirmed tornado warnings. Here's a perfect example. Tornado on the ground reported, once again by law enforcement, a deputy reported a tornado on the ground north of Roberts along 1/10. So that is this storm right here, the tornado warning, reporting a tornado on the ground north of Roberts. That is a tornado warning that is Doppler indicated, that is now an observed or a confirmed tornado here just off to the east northeast of the Twin Cities metro. When you start to look down and in here, I'm going to keep going down and in because I absolutely want to find where this storm is. So there's Alden and Star Prairie and Deer Park and New Richmond. Watch as this loop finishes, the strongest portion of the storm over New Richmond, about to cross County Road 64. Jennifer, go ahead.
Yeah, if you could switch it over to my computer really quick, and I'll show you where the rotation is right now.
We have people in the booth, don't we? Yeah. Okay, so we can ask them to do that. Let's have there you go.
There we go. So right here where that red and that green color are meeting each other, just to the east of New Richmond along 64, this is where we have the rotation right now. You can see,
it just moved, yeah.
And it's definitely beginning to tighten up. So let me
Can you go a little bigger with the scope?
Yeah. Let me.
So again, when we look inside a storm like this, we're using something called Doppler velocity. I explained that earlier. A car drives by on the freeway, it goes meow. The pitch is the velocity change as things move toward you and away from you. We can use that in Doppler as well. And this is a great shot here. So we're right in between Star Prairie, Deer Park, and New Richmond. There's County Road 65, 64, and 63 into Ceylon. This is the strongest portion of the storm with the rotation that Jennifer was just mentioning. That's what we call a Doppler velocity couplet. It's not overly tight, but this is the same rotation we were looking at over top of downtown Minneapolis. It is rather broad right now, but it is rotation right over top of that particular area, Star Prairie, Deer Park, Ceylon, and New Richmond. Man, that's the quad right there, and we're right deep in the center of it. Jennifer, thank you. That's can you keep an eye on that for me? Move back to Ian's computer for on air, please. Jennifer, that was really great. That is exactly what we're talking about. And there is the Doppler indicated tornado warning. I'm sorry, it is now an observed tornado warning. That's what I want to take you back into. And this is the one that Jennifer was just talking about. So when you talk about Star Prairie, so there's Ceylon. So Star Prairie is just up here. There's the strongest portion of that storm. And with a confirmed tornado, that's why it is flashing in pink. With a confirmed tornado, let's take you forward in time and track the strongest portion of this cell. There it is over top of New Richmond, moving forward. Remember what we were looking at in between Star Prairie and Ceylon? If we move this forward here over the next 30 minutes, I want to clear that one that was just posted and take you forward in time. So there's 10 minutes, there's 20 minutes, there's 30 minutes. So into Amory in 21 minutes, into Stanton in 6 minutes. This is kind of splitting the gates here between Star Prairie and Ceylon, but that is a very strong storm. It is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Roberts, near 110th. I think that's some hyper local knowledge from the deputy who reported that. So if you're in that area near Roberts, near 110th, there's the strongest portion of the storm that sliced in 10 minutes, in 20 minutes, and in 30 minutes. So Amory, you're fully under the weather gun here in the next 21 minutes. Everything that you look at on the screen here as we move forward in time is trying to keep you ahead of the storm with the flashing warnings. Big picture view, wow, an awful lot going on. So a new tornado warning here that is parts of northern Stearns County into parts of Todd County. That's brand new. Let me take you into that. Did you see that one, guys? That'd be you, Jennifer.
I'm looking at some pictures that are coming in from New Richmond of the tornado, and it's looking like an elephant trunk tornado for the most part. And I'm trying to get permission from that person who tweeted them.
Awesome.
So that we could show them.
So yeah, I just call in you and I'm just expecting like voices to start happening. Awesome work, Jen. Really appreciate it. So there's the latest tornado warning. This is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Benton, Morrison, and Stearns County. Notice this is just north of St. Cloud. These are the same storms that were well off here, straddling all along I-94 just to the north of Paynesville. That's where we had the observed Doppler observed tornado warning that went Doppler indicated tornado warning north of Paynesville across I-94. There's the latest. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It is everywhere here in black. It is to the north of St. Cloud, to the north of 94, still south of Little Falls, Benton, Morrison, and Stearns until 4 p.m. Personal storm plan, my friends, put it into effect. Away from windows, get into an innermost room if you're in an apartment or a condo, and you can get to the innermost apartment hallway or a stairwell. That's where I want you to be. We have a new camera up on the screen. Amber, you can fill me in whenever you want. There's a severe thunderstorm warning.
This is just west of Menominee on 94.
West of Menominee. Okay, so let's take you over to Menominee because that is the Doppler indicated tornado warning there, north of St. Cloud, south of Little Falls, everywhere north of 94 for Benton, Morrison, and Stearns County. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning, 2 of them here, one for Aiken until 4 p.m. The other, once I get the tornado warning out, is right there for Kennebec and Mille Lacs counties until 4:15. So I think you get the idea here. There is an awful lot going on, a very fluid situation. If you are north of the metro, and in particular here, there's 169 as it rolls all the way to the south. So Foreston, Mora, over toward Brainerd, and then back toward Isle, Sandstone, and Moose Lake. This entire region with 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are flashing right now. What happened? That's a really close-up picture. I don't know what happened, but let's get back to storm vision anyway. There, that's it. Yes, that's the right one. Thank you. So there it is. Aiken, Thursday till 4, and Thursday until 4:15, Kennebec and Mille Lacs counties. I want to keep moving you along this line. So there's 35 coming back toward North Branch down into the metro. Metro, you are all clear. There's the latest tornado warning that Jennifer was just talking about. She's efforting some pictures of an elephant trunk tornado on the ground. New Richmond, the storm is north of you now. When you look at Ceylon toward over to Star Prairie, that's really where the core of the storm is, shooting between those 2 locations. And then these are all Doppler indicated tornado warnings for Dunn County, stretching down toward Eau Claire County and then pushing all the way back down to almost Wabasha. All tornado indicated. In other words, there is a degree of rotation in these very strong storms. Storms with winds at 60+ miles per hour, thunder, lightning, wind. I mean, rain so deep and dark, it'd be tough at times to probably see your neighbor's house. But there is the latest tornado warning until 4 p.m. for Polk and St. Croix counties. I'll take you into this one. Jennifer is trying to get permission for us to use the pictures, and that's super important. We will never take your picture and just put it on the air unless you tell us we can. And we would love to see some of those pictures, but I will tell you, from this point forward, we start getting closer and closer toward 5 p.m. and these storms will suddenly move very far off to the north and to the northeast, and eventually in the next little while will be well away from the Fox 9 viewing area because of their forward speed, moving in at around 40 to 50 miles per hour off to the north and to the northeast. Okay, Amber's got a picture of a tornado or a funnel cloud in Baldwin. Go ahead. Wow. Okay, so that's a rope. It's a little rope funnel cloud. We don't know if it's in contact with the ground. That's the technical definition of a tornado. It's such a great definition to do. It's a violently rotating column of air in contact with the ground. In this particular case, we have a violently rotating column of air. So Melissa from Baldwin, awesome picture. It is that type of a day where we end up with all of these pictures of these. Wow, there it is right there from Richard in New Richmond. Richard in New Richmond. If you look, follow that funnel cloud, very laminar funnel cloud all the way to the ground. There's trees in the way, we can't see it. We can infer that it may be in contact with the ground, but New Richmond, Richard, that is awesome. That's what we've been talking about. That little area of Polk and St. Croix County under a observed tornado warning. Well, that's why you're under an observed tornado warning. And I know there will be people out there, I know you, because you send me emails and you get on my Facebook and you say, that's not a tornado. I watched Wizard of Oz. That's a tornado. This is a tornado, and this is a tornado that can easily destroy homes. Make no mistake about it. It is rope, so it is very narrow in scope, but it is still a tornado and equally as dangerous. This is from John Lewis in Hammond. You see those lowering clouds, a little bit of scud that looks a little bit like cotton candy. There is the funnel cloud. Awesome pictures. And I know we're going to have hundreds of these pictures. And Amber, you've done such a great job working from all day and being live and allowing me to come on and take over the signal and then continue to track these storms all day. So Amber, if I don't say it enough, thank you very much. You've been great today. I appreciate you very much. So away from those pictures, we bring you back here live to Storm Vision Radar. And we love getting the pictures. I love getting them on my Facebook or anywhere you want to give them. Amber, could you give me the email address if you want to get these? I'm not even sure you know it.
Am I mic'd? Great, you can hear me now. People can submit at fox9.com/photos, Ian. So it's really, really easy for me to get them on air that way. So fox9.com/photos.
All right, cool. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it. All right, again, tornado warnings have now all converted away from the observed. So the observed tornadoes here were in and around New Richmond. Notice how the storms have pulled away from New Richmond. So what is left of the tornado warning, and I'll outline it. It's that little thin black box. What is left is no longer pink because the tornado warning has moved away from where the tornadoes were observed. This is now a Doppler indicated tornado warning. In other words, there's enough spin still in that storm to create a tornado. It has not done so yet. That's what is happening here between Dunn and Eau Claire counties. Doppler indicated tornado warnings. Enough spin in these very strong, severe storms to create a tornado, but no tornado created as of yet. Moving back here, I want to take you just to the north of the metro. So there's the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and this cluster is starting to go convective as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for Aitkin County until 4 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kanabec and Mille Lacs counties. Follow the arrow. There it is, just off to the west of Mora, just to the south of Isle. If you're looking at this, there's the grand beauty of them all, Lake Mille Lacs, and 169 as it snakes around with Brainerd off to the west. Now you come back to another Doppler indicated tornado warning for Benton, Morrison, and Stearns until 4 p.m. in this line of storms that for the most part, I know this is going to sound weird, other than a Doppler indicated tornado warning in the middle of this line, the rest of the line is sub-severe criteria right now. Earlier, I was also talking about how these storms are going to start rolling off to the north. Look, they are rolling fast. We're almost level with Duluth. And we started covering these storms only an hour, 2 hours ago. Forward speed still somewhere between 30 and 50 miles per hour. And I did mention this earlier. Think about a car going whoosh by you at 50 miles per hour. How quick it moves. That's the forward speed of these storms. That's how fast they're moving here off to the northeast. So the tornado warning for Polk, little thin sliver between Amory and New Richmond is still in place until 4 p.m. another 12 minutes. Tornado warning Doppler indicated for Chippewa, Dunn, Eau Claire, and Pepin. Doppler indicated tornado warning is still in place until 4 p.m. About another 12 minutes. Back to the Twin Cities Metro. Man, when those storms came through and we popped the tornado warning for downtown Minneapolis, that's one of those events that as a meteorologist, as a television station, as a news station, you know, we start to get a little, the hair on our back starts to stand up because we want to make sure, A, that we're on the air to cover that and keep people ahead of the storm. But there's always something about a tornado warning in a major metropolitan area that can make people say, how do I stay sky aware? Right now, how do I do it? Thankfully, we were able to be on the air for the entire event. And as I mentioned earlier, we are now clear from the metro. Areas off to the south, off to the southeast, areas off to the west and southwest, all clear tonight as we still deal with some rather large storms crossing across portions of the Fox 9 viewing area. I'll pull out here to give you a much better idea. Slide everything down. All day long, I've been talking about 2 distinct lines, and they're still on the map at this hour. The first line is here that is pushing toward cabin country. I mentioned most of the line is sub-severe other than that very small sliver in the extreme northeastern portion of Stearns County. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning. It is valid for another 11 minutes. The second line is here from just off to the east of Mille Lacs, stretching all the way down toward Eau Claire. Both of these lines will continue to roll off to the north. As we set toward, say, 5, 6, and 7 p.m. tonight, I know this is going to seem a little on the obtuse side, but I want to talk a little bit about what's happening here off to the north. The largest fires that are burning in the nation right now are burning here in the Northland and parts of St. Louis County. We've talked a lot about it. It's called the Brimson Complex Fire. There is hope that as these storms continue to the north, they will drop some rain to help gain more containment on those fires. The biggest problem, if there is one, is that these storms are very convective in nature, and convective natured storms tend to create lightning strikes, which is kind of, you know, so it's a double-edged sword here. It's trying to find the bright side or the silver lining of the clouds, if you will, and that is the possibility of some very heavy rains working there off toward the north. There you've got the heavy cloud cover and the thunder and the lightning, and Amber, tell me where that is.
This is Eau Claire Altoona live camera, Ian.
Okay. So yeah, look at lightning pinging away. This is the storm that I said is going super convective. You can hardly pick up the radar in the background because there's so many lightning strikes picking up here on Fox 9's lightning tracker, just pinging away like mad. Tornado warnings for Dunn, Chippewa, Dunn, Eau Claire, and Pepin counties. all Doppler indicated. These are severe storms. These are storms that say take cover immediately. They are Doppler indicated, which means they have the propensity or the ability for them to develop tornadoes almost instantly without warning, and that will continue moving forward in time. There is a new tornado warning that has just popped out here, and that is for parts of Polk County again until 4:15 p.m. So the portion of Polk will be replaced that expires at 4 and will now work until 4:15 p.m. The metro is in the all clear. If there is something that I like in the forecast, is a chance of rain showers tonight. It's a chance of rain showers as we get into the day tomorrow. Much needed rain as we've been starting to edge closer and closer into a bad drought again. So we do have some rain. But I don't think there's anybody out there who says, hey, man, you know what we need is some really strong, severe storms to give us some rain. And so as we head through the next, call it 30 minutes, more often than not, these storms will continue strong, if not severe. They will track off to the north, areas like Rice Lake, Eau Claire. You're in it right now, stretching all the way down to just north of La Crosse, all moving at least 2 counties here in the next hour, which would put them pretty much out of the Fox 9 viewing area, although they are all still in Doppler indicated tornado warnings. And when you look here off to the north and west of the metro, there's 94. There's the line I was talking about. There is a very small Doppler indicated tornado warning for portions of Stearns County, northeastern Stearns County, portions of Benton and Morrison County. That expires in about the next 7 minutes. These storms are all ringing here off to the east, south, and north of Mille Lacs. There's Mille Lacs, and beginning to fire here off toward Duluth and parts of north and northwestern Wisconsin. So, Kelsey, you're running around with your computer. What's going on?
Well, I'm trying to confirm. It looks like there are a lot of pictures coming out of the New Richmond area.
For sure.
And trying to confirm if one of these videos is legitimate. We're looking on Facebook and social media and that sort of thing, of some children on a school bus when that tornado was coming down. So we're just kind of going back and forth and trying to reach out to people and get some more information about the New Richmond area and what was going on there a little bit ago.
Yeah, so think about this. I mean, that's why I've got it up on the map right here. New Richmond, people say, oh, that's nowhere near the metro. Believe it or not, it's closer than pretty much St. Cloud to the greater Twin Cities metro. So there's an awful lot of our population base right here. And with so many pictures coming in of the tornadoes in and around New Richmond, then you start to look here. You're now north of New Richmond. By the way, New Richmond, you're in the clear. Little thin sliver of Polk County, that's the Doppler indicated tornado warning until 4 p.m. What we have now is a new Doppler indicated tornado warning that is this box that extends off to the north. It goes right across Highway 8, sort of bordering Highway 60. So there's 63, there's 8, and to the north is Apple River. Everywhere I just outlined, that's the new tornado warning, Doppler indicated tornado warning that is in place until 4:15. Then you stretch down toward Boyceville, down and toward Eau Claire and Bloomer. That's a massive, major convective storm that is over top of Eau Claire right now with a Doppler indicated tornado warning. That doesn't mean it is any less severe. It is still time for your personal storm plan, whether you're in Apple River or this portion here of Polk County, you're in Rice Lake, down toward Bloomer and Eau Claire. Folks, I want you to take these storms seriously, even as they roll further and further away from the greater Twin Cities metro. If you're up toward Mora or Mille Lacs and pushing north off into toward areas like Duluth, this is going to be a very rocky ride for those locations over the next 2 or 3 hours. Nothing is going anywhere anytime soon. Let me clear what's already on the map right now and start to move you around. It is the latest tornado warning, which is for Polk County until 4:15. That's how we got extended. All clear in the metro. Head on up to this very lonely little tornado warning, Doppler indicated until 4 p.m. That will be allowed to expire. We haven't had anything come of that. Then there's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Either side of Mille Lacs. There's Mille Lacs. There's 169 as it bends around. So Isle, you're not in the storm yet. Mora, neither are you. It's north of you. Isle, it is coming. It should bend around the lake. Then you head here up to the north and you head in toward areas like Shamrock, Moose Lake, Sandstone, Mora, Cambridge. This whole cluster of storms will continue to work off to the the north and to the northeast. So I think you get the idea here. There's still so much territory to cover when you start to look at the Fox 9 viewing area. But let me pull out one step further, and there you get the idea. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to take a sip of water, Kelsey.
I am working on some pictures out of New Richmond right now that show the tornado, and Amber's got some that she can talk to about as well, and pull these up. Matt Main, who was over there, saw these from quite a distance, so I'm just trying to get these into the system. But yeah, I mean, this one I have not seen. This one Amber pulled in. The ones I'm looking at are from a distance over a cornfield.
I mean, that picture is so clear.
But it's
Kelsey, who do you know who submitted these photos? I can look for them.
This one I did not put in the system, so I'm not sure about this one. But Matt Main is the one that I'm trying to pull up right now and get into the system. So okay.
Jennifer puts them in Slack.
Okay, here, let me put them in Slack as well.
So this is Kevin Krinke from New Richmond. Again, one thing that happens when you talk about a fluid, severe weather day like this is you end up with hundreds, if not thousands of pictures by the end of everything, people snapping pictures. Our first thing to do is confirm that the people who send us these pictures, they own them and they're letting us use them. The second thing we want to confirm, is this a real and valid picture from the location that those people have said? And it becomes a responsibility of those folks and for us. So this is what we have from Kevin Krinke in New Richmond, and that is just south of this Doppler indicated tornado warning that is right here. Just to the north of New Richmond, now stretching toward Apple River. That is a very strong storm, part of this line of storms that extends all the way here and now about to cross I-94 once you get down toward Eau Claire. If there is one thing that catches my eye, all day long I talk about these little symbols that you see on the air and you're like, I don't understand what those are. Well, there's some new symbols that have popped up in and around Eau Claire. The gold box is a degree of rotation in one of the scans of the Doppler radar. We call it a mesosignature, and it means there is rotation in that storm. The one thing you'll see here just south of Eau Claire that is so important, the red spinning serpentine looking object here, we call that an early TVS, an early tornado vortex signature south and southeast of the city of Eau Claire, working toward I-94 off to the south and east of Eau Claire. As I say that, a new severe thunderstorm warning has come out for the city of Eau Claire. Because we see these signatures on radar, it doesn't mean that that is happening. It means a Doppler, and now, so a mesocyclone you'll find in a scan, you'll find a degree of rotation. When you get an early tornado vortex signature like this, you're finding multiple levels confirming that there is a degree of rotation somewhere in that storm. And so that's what we continue to monitor in and around Eau Claire. I know that Kelsey and Jennifer are working really hard to confirm our ability to show these pictures on the air from what happened in and around New Richmond. So there's Eau Claire, new severe thunderstorm warning in the background. Notice a tornado warning for Dunn County until 4:15. Let me march you along this so we can take you over to New Richmond. I mentioned this earlier, how close New Richmond is to the greater Twin Cities metro. What's important is it looks like the tornado warning that was out for a sliver of Polk County, that's been allowed to expire. There is the latest. So I'm going to take New Richmond out. It is from Amory, crossing Highway 8 toward Apple River. Strongest portion of the storm here is for parts of western Polk County. That is in place until 4:15. See the fan? That gives you an idea, 10, 20, 30 minutes, how far this storm is about to move. And again, forward speed of these storms is everything, tracking forward at between 30 and 50 miles per hour. Doppler says this is moving off to the due north at 38 miles per hour into Balsam Lake in 5 minutes. I've got some friends who've got cabins in Balsam Lake. You're there. That storm, the strongest portion of the core of this storm into Balsam Lake in 5 minutes. Again, this is all part of this Doppler indicated tornado warning. Then into Luck. I think most folks who've lived in and around this area for all these years know so much about what happened in Luck with some of the tornadoes in and around the region way back when. And then into Frederick in the next 28 minutes, 5, 9, and 29. So Everything's still developing. Everything's still intact in terms of the veracity and the severity of these storms. It is all still there. Kelsey, are you motioning to me?
We do have the pictures now that I was trying to get into the system from a gentleman by the name of Matt Main in New Richmond, Wisconsin. So he has 4 here.
So what's different than this? Let me explain. So we've been looking at these thin little rope wispy tornadoes. Notice how this is a little wider and a little more even all the way down. It doesn't seem to taper. I mean, that's hidden by the trees. That's more of what we would call a stovepipe. You know, think about a stovepipe in your cabin that goes up from the little pot-belly stove. That is a rope. That's from, it's from Matt.
Yes.
Okay.
So just a viewer.
Great stuff, Matt. I love these pictures. Again, more of a stovepipe here. And I think the one thing you'll notice is just off to the left-hand side of that, there's all that kind of cloud. It looks like it's peeking down. Maybe that's another funnel cloud. It's not. That's what we call scud. There's such nastiness and rambunctiousness in these storms. The scud will begin to rip off and then head back. My God, that's one of the best pictures of the day. Michelle Guinness, New Richmond. She lives in Erin Prairie Township, southeast of New Richmond. This was at 3:30, so that's 32 minutes ago. The one thing you'll notice is as the tornado, I mean, it's a perfect example of a tornado, a violently rotating column of air in contact with the ground. The one thing you'll notice is as the tornado comes down, the black cloud that surrounds it, that's the dirt from the field where it is touching down, being whipped up and picked up by that tornado. So it's obvious evidence that that tornado, that funnel cloud, was in contact with the ground. That is an incredible shot from Michelle. Michelle, thanks for letting us use it on Fox 9. Just awesome.
And we're also just trying to get some information from the school system over in that area, because that was right around the time of school release, kids being on buses, just trying to get some details about just what was happening at that time and how everybody was handling it. You know, it was fast, but as you can see from those pictures, pretty intimidating storm.
So yeah, and this is the area that we're talking about. And because these storms are moving so quick, Kelsey, look, it's amazing, right? Suddenly there's nothing after that massive storm. And you know, what happens when you get these pictures in and we don't have the exact location, we have an area, and that's absolutely fine. But what we'll end up seeing is pictures of tornadoes from multiple angles. So we don't want to infer that we actually had a cluster of tornadoes touch down. It may be 1 or 2, but all of those pictures are from many different angles, so they become double reports. But they are some incredible pictures. Keep them coming. We'd love to show them up. Okay, Amber says she has a great new video just released. Let me see, Amber. Wow. David Brown, Eau Claire. So this is, wow. Again, violently rotating column of air in contact with the ground, that black dirt swirling as it rolls through the field. This is just southeast of New Richmond, Wisconsin. I'm going to infer something. It will be close to the time stamp of that last one, almost the same type of picture. That was at 3:30 p.m., so 34 minutes ago. It will be sometime around 3:30. This is an incredible video from David Brown. David, I'm buying you a corn dog at the fair if you stop on by for sure, at least. This is just southeast of New Richmond, Wisconsin. This is what I was talking about earlier too. If there is a best case scenario, and there rarely is with tornadoes, but if there is, it is a tornado like this touching down in the middle of a field. It is not great for that farmer and his field, but it stays away from homes and it stays away from people. Southwest of New Richmond, Wisconsin, approximate time around 3:30 this afternoon. David Brown from Eau Claire. Amber, fantastic. Excellent sourcing, and David Brown with an excellent video of the tornado.
We're also trying to get Tim Purrington on the line as well, one of our storm chasers. He's in this area. He just has really spotty cell service right now, but we are trying to get him on the air so you can speak with him as well.
Tim started his chase way off to the south and southwest of Minnesota yesterday. and started coming forward off to the northeast with these storms. By the way, Tim Purrington is our exclusive storms chaser. An amazing guy, one of the smarter guys you'll ever meet when it comes to storms and chasing. So if he's on this storm, I can't wait to see what he has. But again, this was all in and around New Richmond. So that says just southeast of New Richmond. There is New Richmond. Notice how clear it is. So, you know, everyone talks about going to Hudson. Well, there's Hudson. There's St. Croix River Valley all the way up to Osceola. There's Forest Lake, and there's I-35. So the Twin Cities Metro is just barely off screen here. This isn't far from the Metro, but this is all a part of the observed tornado warning that was in place through 3:30 for the entire area around New Richmond. Jennifer did an amazing job of pinpointing that on Doppler velocity. We had it live on the air. I was talking about where it was, the broad rotation. That broad rotation gets honed down, if you will. It's like taking a big chunk of clay and using it on that spinning table and honing it down. That's kind of what storms do. They find the strongest portion of the storm and they hone it all down, all to make that one little rope or a stovepipe tornado in contact with the ground. So great job, everybody off the air right now. Great job to everybody here at Fox 9 for finding the videos, finding the pictures, and you know, finding our way around on the air here with all the technical stuff in the background. And when we started, we were about 12:30 this afternoon. And now we're at 4:07 and we're still moving forward with these storms. I want to not forget that these storms are still intact and moving forward in time. So from Amory across Highway 8 toward Apple River, Doppler indicated tornado warning until 4:15. Now, folks who are in Wisconsin cabin country, up towards Chetek and into Rice Lake. Chetek so brutally hit a few years ago. Chetek all the way here on Highway 53 to Rice Lake. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is parts of Barron, Chippewa, Dunn, and Eau Claire. Strongest portion of the storm right there. You've heard me say this before. Where you see that gold box, there's a degree of rotation in the storm. So where's the storm heading in the next 30 minutes? Forward speed, 45 miles per hour. That is a fast storm to the north. Winds in excess of 60 miles per hour into Dallas here in the next 20 minutes, 12 minutes into Dallas. Cameron in 28 minutes. And of course, all heading off toward Rice Lake. There is the storm cone. I'll take it away so you get the storm names out of the way and you look toward Rice Lake, Chetek in the intersection here of 53 and Highway 8, everywhere off to the west of Ladysmith. So there is still so much going in these storms that drop the, I'm going to say, multiple tornadoes in and around New Richmond, because we have pictures of thin little ropes, we have pictures of stovepipes, we have one that last one was a decent little funnel that pinpointed itself on the ground, but now stretched back down along Highway 53 down through Chippewa Falls into Eau Claire. That is still an incredibly convective storm in and around Eau Claire. That's where we have the Doppler indicated tornado warning for Chippewa and Eau Claire. It is right here, just off to the, actually it's right over top of Eau Claire until 4:30. So take a breath. Now, with the breath comes the big picture view. Allow me to step out for a minute. I want you to key on I-94 to the west of the Metro, and then once you get down toward Eau Claire and we start bending down off to the southeast, that's where the storms are. And in the next hour, they will be out of the Fox 9 viewing area off to the east. They will not be out of the Fox 9 viewing area here off to the north. New severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a special weather statement. It's that line that came out of Paynesville and brought along a Doppler indicated tornado warning for parts of Benton, Morrison, and Stearns counties. That was allowed to expire at 4 p.m. That's the special weather statement. That is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. But what it's saying is, hey man, if you're in this area, well, it's not saying hey man, that's me. I'd say, hey dude, but if you're in this area, we want you to pay attention to these particular storms. So it's time to go on a little trek around the Fox 9 viewing area and look here where we find the special weather statement. First of all, now this is just off to the south. Brainerd is right behind this line here. So Little Falls, Granite Ledge, that storm is just coming to the north of Highway 10. That storm is strong, not severe. Winds at 30 to 50 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warnings that are off to the north. There's Mille Lacs. I'm going to move this here so you can see Mille Lacs a little better. There's Mille Lacs. Watch the storms quickly come and quickly go. One over top of Mille Lacs right now. If you know anybody who's on the lake, they shouldn't be. They should have had plenty of warning here. Get them on the phone and say, you knuckleheads, get to shore. Now, let's move a little bit further off to the east here. So Rice River all the way down into Millward and Wagner, Kettle River. This is everywhere off to the west of Moose Lake down towards Sandstone. So we're now north of Mora. We're now north of Cambridge. That's the latest severe thunderstorm warning for Aitkin, Carl, and Pine until 4:30. Then once I slide you down here, this is the latest severe thunderstorm warning for Pine, Burnett, and Washburn counties until 4:30. So you get the idea here. We're talking 20 minutes from now. These storms are still racing very quickly off to the north, and that trend is going to continue. For the metro, my friends, we got through severe thunderstorm warnings. We got through tornado warnings for downtown Minneapolis. Now it is all about watching these storms race off to the northeast and covering what has happened in and around New Richmond. Multiple reports of tornadoes. It was in an observed tornado warning, and my dear friend and Fox 9 exclusive storm chaser Tim Purrington is on the air with me. Tim, tell me about your day.
Hey, how are you?
It's been a long day so far. It's been a long 2 days for you, but you got to New Richmond, correct?
We were down. We missed the actual tornado, but because trees and everything else that happens out that way. But yeah, and now we've dropped south. We're actually dropping south and east as this line on the bottom edge of this line.
So you're going to head down toward Eau Claire?
Yeah, we're past that already. Interstate, we're flying. We're trying to stay as far in front of this thing as possible. We just took the hail. We're right on the interstate, just south of Eau Claire now.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you're looking at radars. You're going, by the way, just so everybody knows, when Tim's looking down, notice he doesn't have a steering wheel in front of him. Tim is not driving. Tim, please tell us who's driving, because she's the light of your life.
Beautiful wife, Katie, over here. Yeah, she's right here.
Yep.
She's driving.
Katie's taking care of business. Tim is tracking the storms and moving forward in time. And you said you were southeast of Eau Claire now?
Yeah, on the interstate. We're just following these. There's a pretty good supercell just coming through Eau Claire now. We're on the backside.
There's another one in front of you, north of Black River Falls, heading toward 12.
Yep.
This thing is all by itself. And
right.
Whoa. Okay, Tim, hang on for a second. We have some live video of the storm near Eau Claire. I mean, it looks like it's midnight. Look at the hail pinging off the streetlight. I don't know if you look really carefully where it says 312. Look at the hail hit that streetlight and just pinging away. This is the hail that Tim said they just went through in and around Eau Claire as they continue off to the south and the southeast. Look, my friends, it's 4:15. I'm not sure it gets that dark in my backyard at night. This is a massive supercell over top of Eau Claire, another one just off to its southeast as these strong storms continue. Hey, Tim, I did want to talk to you a little bit about storm speed today, because that's one thing that was apparent through all of the coverage, the forward speed of these storms and geographically changing the warnings as quick as they were, with some of these storms at 40 to 50 miles per hour. You noticed that today, right? Trying to get ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the surface winds, were so strong today. And so, they were moving 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. So they're really hard. You just got to keep moving to try and stay on them. But you just you catch one and then you drop onto the next one to the south.
Yeah, well, you're headed toward, you're going to come right in behind that supercell that is just about to cross Highway 12. It is just north of I-94, just north and west of Black River Falls. You're about to come right into the backside of that supercell.
Yes, yep, that's the one we're going to pick up next, and then we'll try and stay on that one as long as possible, and then we'll drop off to the next one.
Hey Tim, it's Kelsey here. Can I ask you a quick question? I know you've been driving for a good portion of the day. Can you tell us just where you've been and what you've seen throughout the day?
So, well, actually, we're taking a few hailstones right now. We were on the south side, and then we moved as they started developing. We moved up and followed them up towards the metro, and then as they've moved into Wisconsin now, we've started following them south. The winds were really strong. Not much hail. We're getting more hail now as we get into better conditions, but fast rotating storms.
Yeah, those storms right now are more supercellular than any of the linear. You're definitely going to have much stronger updrafts, much more intact hail cores. So stay out of the hail, my friend. We don't want you going near a body shop. But yeah, these are supercellular, these ones you're in with now.
Well, we're going to hope and get on this one right here, and then hopefully we won't have to core punch it.
Yeah, I think you'll be on the backside. I think you're in a really good position on that cell. Tim, as usual, you're amazing. Please give Katie our love, and please stay safe tonight. Once you catch some more, we'd love to talk to you as we work through this evening into the midnight hour. So Fox 9 exclusive storm chaser Tim Purrington, you're amazing, my friend. I thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, stay safe, Tim.
Stay safe, everybody.
And Ian, there's a quick update just from New Richmond. We were talking earlier about the timing of all of this, that it was happening around the time that kids are released from school. And Jennifer was able to find out that at one of the elementary schools, New Richmond Elementary, they did hold kids back. It had a shelter-in-place plan in effect, so they did not release at that time. But yeah, that's all that was going through my mind, is the timing of that. That is when kids are leaving school.
Because you still got mom brain going.
Yeah, I mean, that's when buses are on the road. It's such a scary situation, the timing of these storms this afternoon.
No, and you're absolutely right. You mentioned that on the air, and that's always a concern when we talk about timing of storms. At what point of the day is the intersection of storms and your life going to meet? Whether it's kids getting out of school, or yourself in a commute, or a traffic jam, or t-ball, or soccer, or lacrosse, or baseball, somewhere out in a sporting field complex. Where is that intersection? And that's one of the reasons that we developed the Fox 9 weather app. If you're not able to catch the TV, if you're not able to hear my voice when I'm saying, my gosh, put your personal storm plan into effect, stay skyware. If you can't hear that, then the Fox 9 weather app will actually do that for you. It's like an extension of me with a megaphone in many, many ways. So again, this is where Tim Purrington was, down now south and east of Eau Claire. That is a Doppler indicated tornado warning for the city of Eau Claire. Along this line now, there's New Richmond, where we have multiple tornado touchdown reports. We are now north of that, in toward areas north of Balsam Lake, into areas like Rice Lake, Sioux Creek, all along Highway 53. There's Highway 8. The Doppler indicated tornado warnings for parts of Polk County have been allowed to expire. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings, winds to 60+ miles per hour, some brutal heavy rain, and some small pea-size hail, all been reported. Now, here's I-35 as it works all the way here. That's Duluth. Severe thunderstorm warning, Burnett, Pine, and Washburn counties until 4:30. Severe thunderstorm warning for Aiken, Carl, and Pine until 4:30. You'll notice what was fairly sparsely scattered storms about 45 minutes ago, they're all starting to come back together. And with that in mind, this is what I want folks to think about. No matter where you are, you've got one line here working off to the north. That will include Ashland, all the South Shore, and of course Duluth and the entire North Shore. Get away from the North Shore into the Northland. That's where we have the Brimson Fire Complex burning. Yes, rain is on the way, but it is rain attached to strong and severe thunderstorms, which also brings lightning your way. Go ahead, Amber.
I've been texting with the St. Louis County Sheriff Gordon Ramsey up there, seeing how conditions are. He says winds have kicked up significantly, and they are currently evaluating changing evacuation zones, potentially, depending on what the weather here does and what this means for wildfire conditions up there.
Great. Yeah, no, that's great information. And we talked about that over the last couple of days. We've been dealing with these really strong south winds. For the most part, the lake's been intercepting those winds and kind of kicking them off to the east northeast, but the relative fire motion was generally off to the north. Now we have this massive storm system approaching the largest burning fire in the United States. What will that do in terms of winds? Jennifer, you have a new homework assignment.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's find the winds here over the next 12 hours for St. Louis County, Two Harbors, Silver Bay, down in toward Duluth, and then up toward Grand Marais. Yes? Best team in the world. Okay, so these strong storms are continuing to work off to the north. I want to let everybody know here, both in the studio and our technical folks, as we get through the next 11 minutes, we are going to wrap up our severe weather coverage. We'll all take a break. We'll gather the information, the storm reports, the storm videos, the storm pictures. and we'll take some time to reflect back on what was a very strong, severe storm day across the Fox 9 viewing area. We will do that during the Fox 9 News at 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. But for the next few minutes, while I've still got you, let's take one last tour around the region. So here, just south of Brainerd, it is a second line of storms working toward the Mille Lacs area. Just to give you a line where you're looking here, this is Highway 169 as it bends around, comes back toward Isle, and then goes south toward the cities. There is 94 off to the north and to the northwest. That line of storms is working from Rice Lake all the way into Washburn County, soon to be approaching areas like the city of Duluth, areas like Silver Bay, areas like Two Harbors, areas that have been just inundated with storm coverage in terms of the fire complex, the Brinson Fire Complex, that continues to burn for the most part out of control. There has been some limited containment here in the last 12 hours. So let's deal with this. One line of storms here that is starting to move toward Mille Lacs, starting to move toward Crow Wing County, Brainerd, over toward Mille Lacs. Brainerd here stretching all the way down up north and into St. Louis County. Second line of storms here from, say, Moose Lake down toward Rice Lake, all moving off to the northeast. Do you see the trend here? All of these lines, linear-based storms, will track off to the northeast. For folks who are saying, well, what's next for the metro? It is a whole lot of nothing other than the fact we will talk about a scattered shower or two tonight, a scattered shower or two in the forecast tomorrow. Then the one big constant in the forecast, I mean, this is truly our catalyst for a major change in the forecast. Look how clear we are right now over the metro and areas off to the south. That catalyst, as the storms move to the north, the rotation on the atmosphere pulls down some much cooler air out of the north, so that we'll talk about temperatures last weekend that were 80s and 90s. Instead, we talk now about temperatures for the coming weekend in the upper 50s. There's the two line of storms as they continue to march off toward the north. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. The only tornado warning right there is for the city of Eau Claire. It is set to expire in 8 minutes. Severe thunderstorms are here, working off to the north and the northeast. Those are both what we call special weather statements. A special weather statement is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. Nonetheless, it doesn't mean you take these storms lightly. These are winds at 30 to 50 miles per hour, blinding rain, thunder and lightning, all working through an area of the state where you don't have a lot of line of vision because it's lake country and there are massive forests. So if you were in this area, I want you to stay sky aware as we work through the next 60 to 90 minutes. Once we get down and along this line, this will be my final tour for the day. Let's start you off with the special weather statements here. With those special weather statements in place are all south of Brainerd, all off to the south and west, southwest of Mille Lacs. Those are special weather statements that are in place for another 45 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warnings, they are right here. That one is just off to the west of I-35, see Kettle River, Pease, and Hinckley off to the north of that. There is going to be plenty of activity to talk about as we move through tonight. But once again, the metro is all clear. And as we work through the rest of this evening, if you are east and northeast in parts of northern Wisconsin, if you are east and northeast along the North Shore into the Northland, and if you are north into areas particularly like Mille Lacs, those are areas where I want you to stay sky aware as we work through the rest of this evening, because you are not finished with the storms yet. You still have storms rolling through your region. If things get absurd once again and severe once again, of course, there is absolutely a reason for us to jump back on the air. But as we sit right now, we're about to send you back to Fox programming at 4:30, realign ourselves, gather all of that information, the pictures, the video, the eyewitness reports, and we'll get there from here. Kelsey, are you motioning?
Well, we're getting some more pictures in hail video and photos as well from Wisconsin. And then, of course, as you were just saying, we will have the latest at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. And I think we are going to find out that this was a very scary situation in New Richmond, Wisconsin, when this tornado happened, because Matt, who had sent us some photos, did tell me that there was a school bus that ended up taking shelter at his child's daycare when he was picking up his child. Quick thinking on the part of the bus driver to go to a place that was safe and get off the road.
Yeah, and I'm going to correct you just a little. You know I love you.
Okay.
But at this point, we're talking about possible tornadoes.
Well, it's possible. Yes, possible
Yeah.
tornado. The pictures, just when you see that, it's they haven't been confirmed yet.
Yeah.
But
I mean, look at this. And granted, David Brown, who shot this for us just southeast of New Richmond, granted it's in the middle of a farmer's field, but that's only at the particular moment that this video was shown. We don't know how long this funnel cloud becomes a tornado when it touches the ground. We don't know how long the track was that this was in contact with the ground. And you could say, estimate miles, if not yards. So that's where things become important in terms of reporting and the after effect of a touchdown of a tornado. How long was this in contact with the ground? What was the overall direction? And this is kind of that same picture. You get the amazing laminar look of that funnel cloud as it comes down. See how clean it is? It's all almost like you drew it with pencil crayons and shaded it. And then all of that dark mist around the funnel cloud, that's the debris, that's the dirt that's being kicked up from the fields where this is touching down. Kevin Krinke, he watched a tornado touchdown at 140th Street and County Road E. And now we go back to David Brown. Notice the similarity? So these are different views of what I'm assuming is the same tornado at this particular moment in time. And I hate to do that, but generally speaking, it looks like that. Two different kinds of fields, and there's something when you're a chaser, you get to see so many different color debris kicking up from storms. This is obviously right in the middle of a farm field. Look how black and thick that dirt is. And then you pick up ones that are from grassy areas. It's much more beige in color. Then you pick up debris fields from actually hitting forests or big stands of trees where you get leaves and pieces of tree that are suspended. So all different types of debris fields as you're looking at these storms and as they move in contact with the ground. It has been an incredibly dangerous day of severe storms across the Fox 9 viewing area. We have been on the air in one part or another since about 12:45 this afternoon. It is now 4:28. At 4:30, I'm going to send you back to programming. We'll take our time to gather all of this information and show you what did happen across the region. I think in terms of where we were today, with the tornado warning in the heart of the Twin Cities metro, a Doppler indicated tornado warning, we were looking, and I outlined the rotation before the tornado warning. I said, I don't like the way this looks south of downtown Minneapolis. About 4 minutes later, we popped into a tornado warning. It was Doppler indicated. No reports of any touchdowns in the city of Minneapolis or around, but strong storms were north of downtown Minneapolis through Columbia Heights, then across 694, then into areas like Coon Rapids. It was a very, very strong storm that came rolling across the metro. The kind of storm that has people go, wow, that was a doozy. I don't want one of those anytime soon. I don't think anybody does, but nonetheless, it was one of those days. Kelsey, we got about a minute left. Anything in terms of coverage you want to reflect on quickly?
It's just been a day where so much is happening all at once, and in trying to help people understand when this is coming toward their area, right? It's been a lot on your shoulders, and you have been incredible the last 4+ hours on the air. Did hear from the superintendent of New Richmond Schools as well, and he said, this was happening at their dismissal time. They followed their safety procedures. This is what they train for, and students, families, and authorities were outstanding, he says, in making sure that they did shelter in place and that they dealt with this as it was happening in real time.
That's amazing, right? Okay, so there you have the lines of storms here from just south of Duluth, stretching all the way back to Rice Lake. These are racing off to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Mille Lacs and Highway 169.
To you, you'll receive a front row seat to history as it unfolds through the eyes of the earliest Christians.
I'm Ken Calvert. This is our course on ancient Christianity. Let's begin.
This inspiring story is waiting for you at learnfromhillsdale.org. Sign up for free today.
$726.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. What's been a very busy Thursday afternoon. I'm Ian Oliver. That is what's made it busy, the very beginnings of this stretch of severe weather. We got several days to go. Today and tomorrow, two very dangerous days, though. This level 3 out of 5 threat for severe weather. The western part of it has already translated into dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings and numerous confirmed tornadoes. Those are going to be moving their way across Wisconsin, eventually toward spots like Milwaukee, western shores of Lake Michigan, down to Chicago, where you can see those two icons. Our exclusive Fox Weather storm trackers are en route. You can actually see Brandon Kopic's live feed behind me here. Last time we had checked in with him, he was in Gary, Indiana. He was dealing with some traffic. He's moving now, and he's pre-positioning, getting ready for those storms that are moving in that direction. Right now, we've got 19 active severe weather alerts, and the hazards today, it's top-end severe weather potential. That'll be the case tomorrow, too. Wind gusts that could exceed 80 miles per hour, hail larger than the size of eggs, and strong tornadoes EF2+. So let's get started first with what's happening right now. This is brand new video coming into Fox Weather. It's out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. That's just east of the Mississippi River, on the Wisconsin side, obviously. This was a tornado-warned storm, and for absolute good reason. Look at that. Wow. Again, it's the first time I'm seeing this. Thankfully, it's out over farmland, it looks like, but that's a rope-type tornado moving across that region. Clear video in New Richmond, Wisconsin, which is almost due east of Minneapolis. It was that same line that moved on through. It's a well-formed tornado. You can see it kicking up some of that debris, and he was just staring at it. So yeah, right at the end, yeah, that was out the window of his vehicle. So imagine that. That was courtesy of Fox 9. If you've been with us, Ian Leonard and Jennifer McDermott, they were doing a great job covering those storms, moving on through, and we dropped in, saw some of their coverage. That's what they've been dealing with, an overall environment that can produce storms like you were just looking at right there. That was quite something. And then this coverage of severe thunderstorm warnings and an active tornado warning through so much of Wisconsin. And the point to make here is that we had this whole sprawling zone, the darker red, the level 3 out of 5 threat from the Storm Prediction Center. The western half of this, if you want to consider that's where we've seen storms move it through, I guess it's probably more like the southwestern quadrant of that zone, because these storms still have to make it through that part of Wisconsin, has been brutally active with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, dozens of those, and probably a couple dozen tornado warnings at this point, several confirmed tornadoes. We got a couple of active tornado warnings right now, north of Interstate 94, and then just back to the west of 39, moving through that. I guess that's where 90, I'm not sure if that connector is still 90 or 94. Where it meets 39 right there, that's another tornado-warned storm. It's 90 at that point. Okay. You've got the rotating part of that still back to the west of the